to perform segmentation on 3D medical images using generative adversarial network and contrastive learning. Okay, as we know, medical image segmentation can be considered as one key step of any medical image processing. In medical image segmentation, we try to extract some objects automatically from medical images. These medical images can be 2D images or 3D images. And the object that we are looking for to extract can be anything, can be some organs like kidney, like teeth, or sometimes we are looking for some lesions or tumors. So it depends on our application. We can actually perform different medical segmentation on our images. There are different approaches to perform medical image segmentation. And the most common one, and it's very famous, is the supervised segmentation. In the supervised segmentation, the most common approach is the UNet. And here we have a medical image. And in this medical image, we need to, the radiologists need to specify the object that they need to detect. And they need to annotate these objects in the pixel level. So if we want to use this supervised model, as you can see, you need to have some training data, and these training data need to be annotated in the pixel level. For example, here you can see on the left-hand side, we have some different type of medical images, and we try to annotate them in the pixel level. We specify some specific area that we like to, that our model to predict. And then we use these annotated images to train our supervised model. But still, there is a big problem here because these days, with the advance in the medical devices like CBCT, and in the CBCT images, we have different slices. And annotating of all of these slices will be very time consuming for one radiologist. And definitely they cannot put too much time to do the annotation in pixel level one by one, each slices. So the community of the image processing and medical image processing provided a new approach. They call it weakly supervised models. And these weakly supervised can handle some noisy annotation, and sometimes even they don't need any annotation in the pixel level. And the annotation mostly the annotation in image level is enough. For example, we have one slice and we just can say, okay, this slice belongs to the healthy or disease, and it should be enough for the segmentation. If we want to compare between the supervised and weakly supervised model, we can say, for example, as you can see here on the left-hand side, we have a supervised model. As the input of the model, we need two things: the original images and also the annotation of the that image in the pixel level that have done by by radiologists. And we can give these two to the model, and then the model can predict the infection area. And then, as I mentioned, this will be very time consuming, especially for the 3D DICOM images with different slices. But in the weakly supervised, on the right-hand side, you can see that we have the original images, and we just label in the image level. We just say, okay, if this slice has any infection or not, yes or no. And then we give this to the model, and the model can predict the infection area. So this one, it will be very time consuming. It will save a lot of time and energy from the radiologists, and they don't need to annotate the images in pixel level. Here we developed a weakly supervised image segmentation for 3D medical image 3D medical images. Our model has two main components: generative adversarial network GAN and contrastive learning. And the thing that we need to annotation is just in the annotation in the actually image level. And using this annotation, we can perform some segmentation. And to evaluate our model, we used this model to perform segmentation on COVID-19 city images. Let's talk a little about generative adversarial network models. The GAN is a kind of deep learning model which has two main components. It has a generator and it has a discriminator. In the generator, we try to create some new samples that these samples can be some synthesized new samples in the medical images. And the discriminator tries to assess these synthesized samples and tells the generator if they are similar to the real samples or not. Using this approach, we can generate some synthesized samples or some artificial or fake somehow samples that they are not real, but still they are very close to the real samples. For example, these two faces that you can see here, we don't have anyone in the world with these faces, and these two faces generated completely by GAN models. And both of them are completely artificial, and there is not anyone in the real world with these two faces. And you can see that how much they are close to the real persons. And also contrastive learning. Contrastive learning is a machine learning technique that we try to extract some features from the data without using any labels. And this is actually, again, is a kind of novel technique in the image processing. For example, here on the left-hand side, we have a cat, but in the right-hand side, we don't know anything about the labels of these two, cat or dog. And just based on the similarity between these on the left and right, we can say, okay, the top one, maybe it's a cat because it's mostly similar to the left, and the bottom one is different, just this one. We can say, and we can define some negative and positive and pairs, and based on these negative and positive pairs, we can perform different tasks like segmentation or classification without any labeling of the images. Here we propose a pipeline based on these GAN and contrastive learning. As you can see here, we have a real COVID cities, 3D city images, and we try to synthesize it using GAN and generate and try to translate the COVID city images to the healthy images. So the synthesized healthy images, somehow we try to use the GAN to remove the infection from the COVID city images. And then we try to subtract the synthesized 3D healthy images from the COVID city and try to extract some pseudo ground truths. And then using these pseudo ground truths that we extracted in this step, we try to train a contrastive aware segmentation to perform some kind of infection segmentation on the COVID city images. To train our model, we used around 1,200 city images of the COVID-19, and you can see the source of these images here. The result that we got that actually we compare our model with two models that already developed for weakly supervised medical segmentation. One is GASNet and another one is label-free. And we found that the dice score and specificity and sensitivity of our model is better than those two models. You can see here some results, some visualized results here. On the left-hand side, we have some city images, real city images, and on the right-hand side, on the output of our model. And at the last column is the real mask. You can see our model actually could predict the infection area with a good dice score, and in some cases even with more than 90%. And consider that our model didn't use any annotation in pixel level. And here you can see again some result from the 3D CT scan. You can see on the left-hand side is the ground truths. Those red area is the infection area that's annotated by the radiologist. And on the right-hand side, that's the infection area that's predicted by our model. And you can see the similarity is very high. The conclusion of our model is we developed a weakly supervised model to perform 3D medical image segmentation without any annotation in pixel level. So the model can uses both GAN and contrastive learning to perform segmentation. The result has been submitted to the CVPR conferences, which is one of the top conferences in image processing, and is under the review. But for the future work, the model can be trained to identify oral lesion. This lesion can be anything, cyst, tumor, caries, or infection in the 3D CBCT images without any annotation in pixel level. So it should be very useful. I want to say thanks to some collaborators, Dr. Vince from the Medical School HKU, and also Dr. Nikui from the Tübingen University, and the two remote RA, Siavash and Morteza, that helped me to pre-processing of the dataset and implementing the code and tuning the models. Thank you so much, and any question I will be happy to reply. Any questions? Sorry.
Okay, maybe I can ask a question.
Yes.
Well, thank you very much for your very interesting presentation, Dr. Mohammed.
Yeah.
So, so may I know, so roughly how many images do you need to predict this kind of model with
that's a good question.
reliability?
That's a good question, because this model is based on the generative adversarial network. It's not like simple supervised model. It needs at least 500 to 600 images to train the GAN. If we just have the supervised model, maybe 100, 200 is enough. But here, as we need to train the GAN to synthesize the healthy images, we need more images than those supervised ones. Yeah, so at least 600, maybe 500 to 600 should be okay.
Okay, thank you.
Just one question from me. So how much longer do we have to wait until this might be used in a day-to-day clinical type scenario?
Actually, honestly, these days, some companies, they are using, and however, most of these approaches that they use is a supervised one, because they're looking for some kind of highly accurately model. But still, the unsupervised and weakly supervised, and these days, some companies, I've seen 2 companies these days working on that. Maybe I can send you those companies, and you can see that in the clinical part, they really use those one in the real world just now. I think we don't need to wait too much, honestly.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Any other question?
So, if there are no more questions, we can move on.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed.
So I need to stop my sharing and leave the room, right? Leave here, right? Because as I understand, yeah, I need to leave. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you.
Bye. So our next speaker is Dr. Choi Siu-Wai.
Hi, morning.
Hi, morning.
Can everybody see the share screen?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to my talk on circulating tumor cells in oral squamous cell carcinoma. So the study of circulating tumor cells has been the focus of our oral cancer research group in the past 3 years. But the study of circulating tumor cells is nothing new. In 1869, Thomas Ashworth, an Australian physician, after observing microscopically circulating tumor cells in the blood of a man with metastatic tumors, he postulated that cells identical with those of the cancer itself being seen in the blood may tend to throw some light upon the mode of origin of multiple tumors existing in the same person. So after comparing the morphology of the circulating tumor cells to cells which he had obtained from different lesions on the same body, Ashworth concluded that one thing is certain, that if they, he's talking about CTCs, came from an existing cancer structure, they must have passed through the greater part of the circulatory system to have arrived at the vein of the sound leg. So this is actually the original Australian medical journal where Ashworth published his findings. It's complete with sketches of the cells that he made during this time, the cells that he observed in the bloodstream of his patient. So over the succeeding 140 years, cancer research has indeed demonstrated the critical role of circulating tumor cells and what they play in the metastatic spread of carcinomas. But it's only been recently shown after development of technologies with the requisite sensitivity and reproducibility that the diagnostic potential of these rare cells could be exploited. So previous studies have shown that the presence of CTCs is prognostic for recurrent-free survival and overall survival. These findings are in relation to breast, prostate, colorectal cancer, and non-small cell lung cancer. And these studies are classified as level 1 evidence. That's when results are seen in multi-center trials. It was found that even the presence of one CTC in the bloodstream is significantly prognostic. But the previous work on CTCs have all been conducted in adenocarcinomas. But oral cavity cancers are over 95% squamous cell carcinomas. So a recent literature review published by our team has found that the work conducted on CTCs in oral cancer is very limited. But CTCs have been found in oral squamous cell carcinoma, and the presence of CTCs is not related to the tumor size nor the histopathology. It has even been shown that CTCs are present even in the absence of lymph node involvement. And preliminary results do show that the presence of CTCs may be prognostic for disease-free survival and overall survival, and that there is a role for CTCs in monitoring progression of disease. However, there are many methodological issues in detecting and enumerating these extremely rare cells in the bloodstream. But let's look at how the use of this biomarker, CTCs, might be relevant in patient management in oral squamous cell carcinoma. So surgical resection of the lesion with or without prophylactic neck dissection remains the mainstay of SCC treatment. The 5-year survival of patients who have undergone resection is only about 50%, despite advances in surgical treatment. Data shows that even for patients with small treatable tumors, such as the one that we have in the image here, 1 in 4 do not survive more than 5 years despite current optimal treatment. So in order to investigate CTCs in the oral cavity tumors, we embarked on a clinical cohort study. The method we used to enumerate CTCs was IFISH, which is a method using fluorescent in situ hybridization to label and visualize the CTCs. Blood was taken from patients at baseline, which is just before induction of anesthesia. Another blood sample was taken during surgery for tumor resection at a time when the surgeon declares that the tumor has been removed. So we take blood at that time point. And another time point was at day 1 post-surgery and day 7 post-surgery if the patient has not been discharged at day 7. The objectives of the study were to determine the impact of surgical manipulation on CTCs, surgical manipulation of the main tumor, that is, And to measure the perioperative kinetics of CTCs, we also wanted to investigate and the relationship between the number of CTCs and the stage of the tumor. So let me apologize for the tiny writing here. It's a table showing some basic demographics of the patients in this study. There were 12 men and 10 women. One person has unfortunately already passed away since being recruited into the study. Most patients did not have a history of other cancers, and most patients were not smokers, not drinkers. As you can see from here, there was a variety of sites where the tumor was. So from the tongue to a hard palate, to soft palate, to buccal mucosa, floor of mouth. So there was a wide variety of where the actual tumor was in the oral cavity in our current cohort. And many of the patients were already in late stage. So 16 out of these 23 patients that we recruited were already stage 4. Most of them did have a neck dissection. That means removal of the lymph nodes from the neck while the main tumor was being resected. And most patients, 20 of these 23 patients, were declared to have a negative margin upon histopathology of the main tumor mass. And here are some images of the CTCs from our study. So they were fluorescently stained using stains for CEP8, which is stains the aneuploidy DNA, and then with DAPI. And these cells are actually cells which are found in the bloodstream, which are endothelial cells. So these are some of the images, what they look like when we extract them from the blood. And results show that the circulating tumor cells and the cells, so this is circulating tumor cells. These are circulating tumor cells in clusters, and these are endothelial derived cells found in the bloodstream. So the results show that there are circulating tumor cells at baseline, and then there are also cells seen at the tumor out time point, also in day 1 and in day 7. So basically, tumor cells were found in the bloodstream at all 4 time points. Not only that, though, it seems as though that in some patients, the post-op day 1 and post-op day 7 time points showed a higher number of cells. So if these cells in the bloodstream actually come from the main tumor, we have to ask ourselves why there are still cells in the bloodstream at post-op day 1 and post-op day 7. And why is there a higher number of cells at these time points? Could it be that surgical manipulation of the tumor itself during resection can actually release CTCs into the circulation? When we're looking at individual data, it's clear that there is a huge variation and heterogeneity. So this person is a stage 1 tumor, only 2 CTCs at baseline. These people are all stage 4, but I'd like to draw your attention to this one, which at stage 4 tumor, he had no CTCs at baseline, but this person who was a stage 4 had 12, and so did this person. So even within the same stage, it seems like there was no relationship between the number of CTCs at baseline and the stage of the tumor. When looking across time points, this stage 4 patient with 2 CTCs at baseline had increased to 9 CTCs at the tumor out time point, increased to 15 at post-op day 1, and increased to 23 at post-op day 7. So there was actually an increase in the number of CTCs in his bloodstream even after the tumor had been removed. So what do these results mean for patient management? The project was started about 2 years ago, so it was impossible to say now what the CTC numbers mean for long-term outcomes. But it could be that we may have to rethink adjuvant therapy. For example, in general, the patients will undergo radiochemotherapy at around 6 to 7 weeks post-surgery. Could it be that we might have to give this chemoradiotherapy or other adjuvant therapy earlier for those who have still got large number of CTCs post-op. So that means earlier commencement of adjuvant therapy post-surgery. So recruitment of patients is actually ongoing, and also long-term follow-up of these patients is ongoing. And hopefully we can relate the CTC numbers to outcome and establish this as a more useful and prognostic biomarker for patient outcomes. Thank you for listening. Welcome any questions.
So thank you, Dr. Choi, for the very clear presentation. And I have a question. So those markers, CEP8 and CTECs you used.
Yes.
So how specific are those markers for oral cancer cells?
They're not specific for oral cancer cells, but they're specific for cancer cells. There shouldn't be any in the bloodstream. And if we get healthy people, we wouldn't find any of these cells in the bloodstream of healthy people, but they do actually appear quite early in patients with very, very early stage or in situ carcinomas as well. They would already appear in the bloodstream that we've found.
Okay. So, and also I would like to know, so these CTCs, do they circulate as single cells or as a cluster of cells?
Oh, that's a good question. So in one of my, the graphs will show that in fact, we found some that circulate as single cells, and there are some that circulate in clusters. The literature has shown that the cells that are in clusters have a higher metastatic potential. So if the patient shows clusters, it's much more likely that they will have metastasis in a few months. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
One quick question from me. So does this mean that it could also be used as a diagnostic tool? So for maybe patients who have family history of carcinoma or whatever kind, it could be used as a diagnostic?
We're hoping so, because it's much less invasive than taking biopsies. Yeah. So we actually, the CTCs are measured in the peripheral blood. So we need about 10 mils of peripheral blood. We're hoping that we can, do more work in relationship to the diagnostic and also prognostic value of this biomarker. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So, do we have any more questions? Okay, so if not, thank you, Dr. Choi.
Thank you.
We can move on to the next presentation. So the next speaker is Dr. Nizami Mohammed.
Hi, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Should I start?
Yes, please start.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Nizami, going to present my research, functionalized graphene oxide nanocomposite prevent tooth dentin decalcification in this annual meeting. However, the prevalence of dental caries is decreasing, but the increasing of life expectancy in this modern age, getting risks to increase the sound tooth and the healthy tooth due to continuous exposure of acidic food and the oral environment, and resulting in caries and tooth decay. Tooth decay and erosion are the critical clinical problem in dentistry. So several decades with research are going on to invent new biomaterials And last few decades, there are tremendous improvement in material research, and numerous nanomaterials and the biomaterials are using in caries prevention. The basic concept of caries prevention is either the remineralization of demineralized tissue or stop the demineralization. With this concept, sodium fluoride are widely accepted. However, recently, the silver diamond fluoride took part in the clinical applications. However, high toxicity and discoloration of silver diamond fluoride is high clinical challenge. In this regard, we try to find chemicals that should be bactericidal against oral bacteria and adhesive to dentin surface that bring remineralization substance, especially for elderly people in a society. Among these generic compounds, we try to focus on carbon materials and especially the graphene oxide. Graphene oxide is composed of sp3 bond carbon atom, possess extensive properties of thermal, optical, electrical, mechanical, and as well as the biological. Especially intrinsic biocompatibility, high surface area, biological and chemical functionalization, strong affinity with metal motivated most of biomedical researchers to apply graphene oxide and their nanocomposite in biomedical application. With this motivation, we try to use graphene oxide with some known dental nanomaterials such as silver, calcium, calcium fluoride, or tricalcium phosphate conjugated with graphene oxide, and try to apply over the dentin surface to see how they can protect the tooth dentin in demineralized condition. For this, we synthesize 5 different geonanocomposites composed with silver, silver calcium fluoride, zinc, calcium fluoride, and tricalcium phosphate using one-pot synthesis technique and characterize their morphology elemental analysis to confirm. And for their application, we try to see the surface condition of hydroxyapatite, which is most resembled to the dentin, and the dentin itself in the demineralized condition and observe under same. And for their cytocompatibility and the antimicrobial test, we go for the most carcinogenic bacteria, Streptococcus mutans in CFU count, and for the epithelial cell, HeLa cell, to determine their cell viability in, by MTS assay. In the morphological analysis under TM, we can see that nanoparticles are well dispersed and they are encapsulated and some are uneven morphologies. Research shows that the graphene oxide encapsulation facilitate the sustained release of nanoparticles, and uneven morphology facilitate to seal the different dimension of dentinal tubules. And in XRD, we can see that the broad pattern that is confirming that the formation of nanoparticles, but we couldn't find any unwanted peak to show impurities of this nanocomposite. For the surface analysis, the first we try with the hydroxyapatite. This is most resemble to the dental hard tissues. And we treated with the geonanocomposite and soaked in demineralization solution for 24 hours. Later, we observed under ACM, and we found that the intact hydroxyapatite plate have smooth surface layer with tiny micropore. However, when it's soaked in the demineralized solution, the surface become rough and the micropore become wider. In this case, we use saphorite, that is most widely used karyostatic agent, as a control, and we found they are also a rough and wavy surface and the micropores. However, the geo itself alone cannot protect the hydroxyapatite surface, but when geo conjugated with nanoparticles, they can make a smooth surface layer. However, we can see that the micropore are still there. But if we see, especially in the geo silver calcium fluoride, we see it's almost similar with the intact hydroxyapatite plate, that smooth layer and tiny micropore. Similar experimental protocol applied for the dentin slice, And we can see the non-coated dentin slice, the demineralization, and the dimensional change of the dentinal tubule orifice. And in saphorite, we can see there are micropores, there are tubules and crystal deposition. However, if we look at the geo and geonanocomposite coated surface, we see a thick surface layer covering the dentinal tubules and dentin surface, and there are multi-layer coating. And this condition, we checked in the acid media, and we found that there are almost similar results except the GeoZinc. GeoZinc failed to protect the dentin surface in acidic media. And in acidic media, saphorite also shows more crystal deposition with acid reaction, as saphorite has the high basic pH. To confirm whether the surface layer is protected with our prepared nanocomposite or not, in XPS elemental analysis, we can see existences of elements. And to confirm whether these are the geo or not, in Raman spectra, we can see that clear D and G band, which confirm the geo layer over the dentin surface. In antimicrobial analysis, we can see the silver-containing geonanocomposite shows drastic inhibition of Streptococcus mutans compared with the control forbidden iodine. However, geo alone and other geonanocomposite also shows inhibition of Streptococcus mutans mild to moderate. Especially the geo silver calcium fluoride have highest effect in inhibition of Streptococcus mutans. And in cytocompatibility, we can see almost all geonanocomposite are safe to the human epithelial cell, HALA cell, except the high concentration of geo-silver calcium fluoride. But in compare with the control, we can say it is still safe to the host cell. In summary, we can say that all the geonanocomposite, they can protect the surface layer, and they can close the orifice of the dentinal tubules, either almost complete or completely, except the zinc, they seal partially. However, if we see the color change, there are slightly yellowish change noticed in the silver and silver calcium fluoride treated dentin slice. Otherwise, all are similar with the natural dental color. And if we see the saphorite is making total black to the tooth surface. And in antimicrobial and cytocompatibility, we can say that all of them have showing antimicrobial activity and safe to the host cell, except the high concentration of silver calcium fluoride. So at the first slide, we show how the geonanocomposite protect the dentin. So it protects by covering the surface, sealing the orifice of the dentinal tubules, and stop the communication between the pulpal tissues and the external environment. So in this conclusion, we can say that at least 3 nanocomposite, that is geosilver calcium fluoride, and geocalcium fluoride, are suitable to prevent the demineralization of dentin surface with less or no discoloration. And this was the first study to test the geonanocomposite series to cover the dentin surface and to seal the orifice of the dentinal tubule in demineralization condition. However, in future, preclinical studies are needed to optimize the application condition of this nanocomposite for the prevention of caries and demineralization. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Nisami, for your very interesting presentation. So do we have any questions from the audience?
I'll ask a question. So this is still in a developmental stage, correct?
Yes.
So how would you see these nanocomposites being applied to a tooth surface clinically? So what vehicle would you use for application to a tooth surface?
Actually, this nanocomposite can directly apply on the tooth surface, and literature shows that if we treat the tooth surface by EDTA, then it exposes the dentin protein, and then it's easy to bond with the graphene oxide, especially NH3 bond and the dentin protein from also amine group from the dentin is easily bond with the geonano composite, so we can apply directly without any carrier.
So if there was caries on the tooth surface, would you still need to use the EDTA because that surface is already demineralized?
It's demineralized. We don't need to, but in case if like in case of erosion, especially for the eroded case, to make the surface protein exposed, we need the EDTA, I think.
Okay, thank you.
So, Dr. Nizami, can you predict any long-term effects of using these nanocomposites?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Wait.
Yes, this is still we are trying to see the longevity of this under the acidic condition. Last experiment we performed for 72 hours and it's still protecting. So in future, we will do the heat cycling test to confirm whether it's stable on the dentin surface for longer time or not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any question?
Okay, we have got a question from Dr. Abdullah. So what is the form of application of geo nanocomposite on teeth? Have you tested the effect of the geo composites on the adhesive bond strength?
We didn't test it the adhesive bond strength, but for after the EDTA treatment for 24 hours and citrate buffer treatment for 24 hours and 72 hours, after that, we have the vigorous brushing on the tooth surface and later observe on the Raman and the XPS. Still, we can see that all the element and the geo are adhesive to the dentin surface.
So I hope that answered Dr. Abdullah's question.
Actually, the adhesive bond strength, we didn't test it, but we tested whether the geonano composite are stable on the dentin surface. So I think this correlate with the adhesive bond, but we didn't perform any direct test for the adhesive bond strength.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nizami.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Dr. Zhang Ming. Dr. Nizami, you need to stop sharing your screen.
Stop sharing. Okay, I'm going to share my just this one. Sorry. Mute yourself. Okay. Sorry. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, okay. Sorry. Sorry. Good morning, everyone. I'm Zhang Meng. It's very honored to make this presentation. Today, the topic I'm going to make is compare and optimize the biological properties of different polymer functionalized nanosilver. I'm going to present it from these 5 parts. As we know, silver ions and nanosilvers have been taken as an effective antibacterial agent and have been applied in many different fields, including the biomedical. But actually, for its clinical application of nanosilver, we not only focus on its antibacterial capability, we also need to pay more attention on their antibiofilm capability, and more important is their cytotoxicity. Many studies demonstrated that some factors can influence the nanosilver's biological properties, such as nanosize, the shape, surface charge, colloidal state, surface chemical, and so on. So some researchers reported that they can use the polymer functionalization to improve the biological properties of the nanosilver through modifying the characters, the factors I just mentioned. But some studies reported that such as PEG have a good performance to improve the antibacterial capability of nanosilver. But other studies cite some other kinds of polymers such as PVP or puronic and have a good performance. So based on these papers, we cannot get an answer about which kind of polymer functionalization can help us get a better nanosilver, which have a good biological properties. And in present, no study do this kind of horizontal study to compare them. So this is the objective of our study. And the targeted bacteria we are going to use is Porphyromonas gingivalis. So based on our preliminary experiment, we use 3 different methods to synthesize different nanosilvers, which have different nanosize, and then use these 7 polymers, which have different molecular weights, and they are common used. Use these 7 polymers to coat this, the last 2 nanosilver to synthesize some silver nanoparticle, and then detect their characterization and biological properties. The results show that all the products we obtained are spherical nanoparticles, and their nanosize are 6, 15, and 25. The first 2 nanometers, the first 2 are negatively charged nanoparticle, the third are positively charged nanoparticle. After the polymer functionalization, the size will increase, but they still are negatively charged nanoparticles. So does the positively charged nanoparticles. But the further TM results show that actually the nanosize didn't significantly change after the polymer functionalization. That means the increased hydrated nanosize detected by dynamic light scattering is related to the coating of the polymers. The MSA test results show that with the size increased, the MSA value increased. But after the polymer functionalization, we cannot follow this rule. For negatively charged nanoparticles, some polymer functionalization will increase the MSA value, but some will decrease the MSA value. Among them, the PVP functionalized nanoparticle showed the lowest MSA value, 0.79. And for positively charged nanoparticles, all the polymer functionalized nanoparticle decrease the MSA value. That's really good, especially the PVP and the puronic 127. The further time-dependent antibacterial effect test results show that the positively charged polymer functionalized nanoparticle can kill all the suspension bacteria in 30 minutes. But the negatively charged nanoparticle need to take more time to kill this bacteria, at least 2 hours, just like the PVP and the puronic functionalized nanoparticle do. Next, the anti-biofilm test results show that at MIC level, no particles show the anti-biofilm capability, but at 10 times MIC value, in negatively charged nanoparticles, the PVP functionalized and the puronic 127 functionalized have a good anti-biofilm capability. But in positively charged nanoparticles, all these particles, independent of the polymer functionalization, have a good anti-biofilm capability. This study go further to confirm the exactly concentration of anti-biofilm capability of nanosilver. They're really low, especially the PVP and the puronic 127 functionalized nanosilver. And then the last cytotoxicity test results show that all the negatively charged nanoparticle whose size above 10 nanometers generally have no cytotoxicity, but most positively charged nanoparticles have significantly cytotoxicity. Expect the PVP and the puronic 127 functionalized nanoparticles. Based on results, we can conclude that first, actually the polymer functionalization cannot significantly change the physical properties of nanosilver, such as their size and their surface charge, but it can change their surface chemical properties. This is related to their biological properties. Second, positively charged nanoparticles generally have a better antibacterial and anti-biofilm capabilities than negatively charged nanoparticles. But these negatively charged nanoparticles can also have a similar or better antibacterial and anti-biofilm capabilities after the polymer functionalization, such as the PVP functionalized. Third is this positively charged nanoparticle have a more significant cytotoxicity than negatively charged nanoparticles. But in this study, this polymer functionalization cannot reduce nanosilver cytotoxicity. So at last, I want to give my great thanks to Professor Lo and my colleagues, Dr. Li Xuan, Zhou Ting, and Chen Tianfan. Thank you very much for your assistance, and thank you very much for your attention. So, any questions are welcome.
Thank you for your presentation. I see you using P. gingivalis. So why did you decide to use that?
Because in dentistry, caries and the periodontitis are two common diseases. And for caries, we already have used some silver products to erase the dental caries. But for periodontitis, seldom studies focus on this part. And about the Porphyromonas gingivas, it not only related to the periodontitis, it also related to some other systematic diseases, such as Alzheimer's, diabetes, and some other kind of systematic diseases. So we think this passenger is really, sorry. I think this patient is really important. If we can arrest this passaging, it will be good for us to it will be good for us to do some clinical application. Sorry.
Do you think that your results would change if you used a multi-species biofilm? Because we know obviously that biofilm is not made up of just one species of bacteria, but hundreds of species. So would you expect your results to be any different?
This is a limitation of this study because we just use one bacteria to do this research. But as we know, nanosilver actually is a broad antibacterial agent. Actually, it can inhibit many bacteria, gram-negative and gram-positive. So it will have different MSA value. So maybe in the future we can use some more bacteria to build a model, to build a biofilm model to say this nanosilver could have a better performance to inhibit this biofilm. Yeah.
And one final question from me.
Mm-hmm.
Do you ever worry that these kinds of treatments could lead to bacterial resistance, so changes in the bacteria? And could that be a problem?
Sorry, would you mean go? Pardon.
So we know with antibiotics that we don't want to use antibiotics frequently because the bacteria may become resistant to the antibiotics, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So do treatments like nanosilver, can the same thing occur, or will it always be toxic towards bacteria and other cells? If you're not sure, it's fine because we don't know yet.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
So any more questions from the audience?
Sorry.
More questions? Thank you, Dr. Zhang.
Oh, thank you very much.
So our next speaker is Dr. Zhang Yu Yuan.
Could you hear me? Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Thank you for attending.
But there's some feedback.
Yeah. Thank you for attending my topic about the biomimetic mineralization strategy for enamel regeneration. Dental enamel and bone are characterized by their remarkable aesthetic appearance and their extrinsic fracture toughening mechanism. In comparison with bone and other hard tissue, enamel is the hardest and most highly mineralized hard tissue in human body. The excellent biomechanical properties of enamel are attributed to its hierarchically organized structure at multiple levels. Studies have shown that artificial materials with enamel-like structures have superior biocompatibility, therefore reproducing the unique dental prism structure of enamel is the key point in developing effective remineralization method for treating dental hard tissue lesion. In amylogenesis, amylogenin is the main organic protein in the extracellular matrix for enamel, which controls mineral nucleation and regulates crystal growth and orientation. N-terminal protein-to-protein interaction causes the aggregation of amylogenin monomers and its assembling into positively oligomers, which play oligomers. The amylogenin oligomers plays a dominant role in crystal regulation during amylogenesis. Amylogenin oligomer interact with the specific surface of mineral pre-nucleation clusters to form amylogenin cocoon phosphate nanoclusters. Those nanoclusters aggregated and self-assemble into a linear chain in parallel areas, dominating the formation of a prism-like structure. In organic matrix mediated mineralization, it was divided into protein-based organic matrix and non-protein-based organic matrix. In protein-based organic matrix mediated mineralization system, recombinant amylogenin and leucine-rich amylogenin peptide, LRAP, are generally applied. LRAP is the smallest splice variant of full-length porcine amylogenin and shares similar properties with the full-length amylogenin. This is SEM photograph. It shows that the needle-like crystal with parallel orientation were formed with the mediation of LRAP. Protein-based mediated biomineralization system have several limitations, such as time-consuming and barriers in extraction, purification, and storage of native protein. Therefore, the non-protein mediated biomineralization system has been proposed and investigated. In non-protein-based organic matrix mediated mineralization system, it can be divided into self-assembled peptide, dendrimers and their analog, surfactant and EDTA. Professor Li Quanli in the self-assembled peptide are widely used as a superior molecular template to synthesize nanostructural materials. The peptide spontaneously transition from the hierarchical self-assembling into a fibrillary scaffold. Professor Li Quanli in their research group, they developed a novel self-assembled peptide, and they found the synthesized amphiphilic peptide spontaneous self-assemble into a nanofibrous structure, which can be the template to form crystal with a parallel orientation. Dendrimers and their analog. Dendrimers are well-defined and structurally controlled amphiphilic polymers. Here is the SEM evaluation. It shows that enamel-like crystal formed with the regulation of polyamidoamine dendrimer. Polyamidoamine dendrimer share similar properties with amylogenin. Therefore, it is similarly used as an organic template to regulate the crystallization process. The next is about the surfactant. Surfactant consists of a combination of hydrophilic and hydrophobic components. Due to their amphiphilic properties, surfactants display a specific self-assembling behavior in emulsions. This is the structure, the molecular structure of ion surfactant AOT. The TM graph shows that with the regulation of ionic surfactant AOT, obtained crystals consist of bundles of co-aligned filaments, which is similar to that known for dental enamel. EDTA is a chelation agent that sequester cocoon ions to form EDTA calcium complex. EDTA can diminish calcium ions reactivity, slow the rate of crystal nucleation, and mediate crystal growth. The strength of chelation is dependent upon the pH value. EDTA is a stronger chelator of calcium at a higher pH value. The TM photograph showed that in different pH value, different crystal morphology are formed. The strength of chelating, EDTA is a stronger chelator of calcium at high pH value. The shape of crystal is determined by the relative specific surface energies associated with the first set of this crystal. The shape of the obtained crystals can be easily controlled by changing the complex stability of calcium EDTA complex. In reconstruction of hierarchical structure of enamel is a key point to treat dental hard tissue lesions and resolve treatment limitation caused by the mismatch of artificial materials and the native dental tissue. Significant achievements utilizing biomimetic approach in teeth repair have been achieved. However, current biomimetic mineralization approach can only reproduce repeat layer at laboratory scale. Accurate crystallographic alignment between crystalline block over large dimension is difficult to achieve at present. It's important to develop cost-effective industrial scale synthesize for biomimetic strategy to translate into the clinical setting. That's my presentation. Thank you for your attention. That's all. Is there any question?
Thank you, Dr. Zhang, for your presentation. So I have one question. So based on your findings, based on the findings of your systematic review, what is the most effective method for enamel regeneration?
Sorry, I just muted my microphone. Could you please repeat the question again?
Oh, yeah, sure. So based on the findings of your systematic review,
yes,
what is the most effective method for enamel regeneration?
The most effective method. Actually, there are plenty of methods used to regenerate enamel-like structure, and the most effective method at present, I think, is protein-based mineralization system. Of course, they have the similar structure to the native aminogenin. In aminogenesis, it found that aminogenin is the key point to regulate the crystal formation. But the time-consuming and the extraction, purification, they are the limitation in the protein-based system.
Thank you.
Any question?
Okay, so if there are no questions, thank you, Dr. Zhang.
Thank you.
So our next speaker is Dr. Joe Lee.
Morning.
Yeah, Dr. Jolie, you can share your screen.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me? Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Li Zhou, a postdoc in our faculty. Today, My presentation topic is vitro effects of an antimicrobial peptide phosphorylserine histatin 5 on prevention of dental caries. Dental caries is defined as the result of an ecological imbalance between mineralization status of dental hard tissues and oral microorganism biofilm. How to prevent dental caries? There are many methods. In the vitro research, most of us mainly focus on two strategies: inhibition of dental plaque formation and induction of dental hard tissue remineralization. There are some antimicrobial agents and calcium phosphate-based reagents. However, few reagents simultaneously possess antimicrobial ability and induction ability of dental hard tissue remineralization. Therefore, we proposed a strategy to design a bifunctional active molecule with anti-biofouling and mineralizing properties. Antimicrobial peptides were chosen to realize the anti-biofouling property because their natural host defense system have broader spectrum antimicrobial activities and low bacterial resistance. There are many types of AMP system in oral cavity. Among them, we choose histatin 5 because histatin 5 is a short peptide, only 24 amino acids. Natural histatin 5 is from human glands. It can inhibit fungus and bacteria. In addition, histatin 5 is one composition of acquired enamel pellicle, could easily adhere to the enamel surface. Therefore, based on the properties of histatin 5, we proposed a hypothesis whether we can modify histatin 5 to have the ability of inducing mineralization. Several reports have shown that phosphopeptides promote mineralization. Phosphorylserine is a key moiety among them that binds to hydroxyapatite and attracts free calcium ions to serve as a nucleus to initiate mineralization. Therefore, we grafted the SP moiety onto the H5 N terminal to construct the bioactive molecule phosphorylserine histatin 5. The aim of this study was to synthesize a novel antimicrobial peptide, phosphorylserine histatin 5, and evaluate its antibacterial activity and the remineralization ability in vitro. Experiment 1, anti-biofouling activity of SPH5. Methods. To evaluate the antiplaquetonic S mutants activity, S mutants were incubated in the different concentrations of peptide solutions. To evaluate the antibiofilm of S mutants activity, S mutants were incubated on the enamel surface for 24 hours, and then these two slices with S mutants biofilm were incubated in different concentrations of peptides. To evaluate the anti-adhesion of S mutants, two slices immersed into different concentrations of peptides, and then they were placed in a 96-well plate, followed by the addition of S mutants in BHI. Results and discussion. For the antiplaquetonic S mutants, the susceptibility assay of plaquetonic S mutants in BHI, SPH5, H5, and chlorhexidine was summarized. Compare it with the absorbance of BHI and S mutants group. The absorbance of SPH5 and H5 presented at least 19% reduction at 2 micromole per milliliter. The MIC and MBC of SPH5, H5, and chlorhexidine were listed. For the antibiofilm of S mutants, CLS images of 16 times MIC of SPH5 showed that the majority of S mutants were dead. Quantitatively, viability counts dropped significantly from 16 times MIC of SPH5. For the anti-S mutants adhesion after 5 hours, the LSM images of the SPH5 coated enamel surfaces revealed less live S mutants than the non-coated enamel surfaces. Viable counts were significantly reduced from 2 times MIC of SPH5. Conclusions: SPH5 was able to kill 90% of free-floating S mutants in gross medium at 2 micromole per milliliter. SPH5 was able to kill 90% of S mutants biofilm at 16 times MIC. SPH5 was able to inhibit S mutants adhesion at 2 times MIC. Experiment 2, the property of resisting acid of SPH5. Method: the 2 slices were immersed into peptide overnight. Then they were incubated in 7 milliliter demineralization solution for 5 hours. Calcium phosphate concentrations in the solutions before and after immersion were calculated by ICP-OES. Results and discussion. According to the ICP-OES evaluations, calcium and phosphate loss from SPH5-coated enamel slices decreased significantly compared with to those from H5-coated enamel slices, while calcium and phosphate loss from H5-coated enamel slices was significantly lower than those from control group. Conclusion: SPH5 coated on enamel surface presented an excellent ability to suppress enamel demineralization in the acid environment. Experiment 3, the property of improving remineralization of SPH5. Method: the 2 slices were acid etched in 37% phosphoric acid for 1 minute and rinsed with ionized water for 1 minute. Then they were immersed into peptides overnight. Then they were incubated in 7 milliliter remineralization solution for 24 hours. Calcium and phosphate concentrations in the solutions before and after immersion were calculated by ICP-OES. The enamel surface and cross-section morphology were qualitatively analyzed by FESEM. Results and discussion after the enamel surfaces were exposed to remineralization solutions. H5 and SPH5 revealed a stronger ability of calcium and phosphate gain compared with untreated group by the ICP-OES evaluation. However, there was no significant difference in ion gains between the SPH5 and H5 groups. Compared with the untreated group, H5 and SPH5 both regenerated thinner needle-like crystal layers, which tightly intersected with underlying natural enamel by the FESEM observation. The faster mineralization speed was observed in the SPH5 and H5 group compared with the control group, suggesting that the introduction of SPH5 and H5 could promote remineralization. Conclusion: SPH5 coated on enamel surface presented an excellent ability to promote enamel remineralization. In conclusion, in vitro study of bioactive peptide SPH5 with anti-biofouling and mineralizing properties was offered that could be applied effectively to prevent dental caries. It's my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Welcome your question.
Thanks for your presentation. Just one question from me. When you're looking at your remineralization, any reason why you didn't test the hardness of the enamel surface to see if you can restore the mineral surface to a hardness similar to normal enamel?
Sorry?
Is there any reason why you didn't test the hardness of the enamel surface after your remineralization? Because that will also give you a better idea of the quality of your remineralized surface.
You mean the remineralization
Yes, it's
quality?
usual to test hardness.
Yes, test the hard.
Yes, any reason why you didn't test the hardness?
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. I didn't test the hardness. But I tried to do this. I tried to do this, but it's difficult to find the difference between the groups.
Okay.
So I just find the thicker difference between them. I didn't find the hardness difference between them.
And your demineralization method was just to acid etch the surface, right?
Yeah.
So in future, will you use a more Carey's-like demineralization process to see if you can get remineralization?
Yeah,
so
sure.
Putting the teeth into a demineralization solution and then go back and test your peptide on that surface. Is there a plan to do that?
Yeah, sure. Actually, we tried to do some experiment or test about them, but I think because my study limitations, so I think the ability of SPH5 is not strong. So I think we should try to find a better peptide instead of this peptide. But now, based on our studies, we didn't find some stronger difference in the demineralization and the remineralization studies.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So I have one more question.
Mm-hmm.
So does it cause only a superficial mineralization, or have you observed any bottom-up remineralization?
Yeah, it's just the superficial demineralization and remineralization. We just try to design the peptide like a coating on the hard tissue surface.
Okay, so the remineralization is caused by deposition of the materials?
I think it looks like an agent, because it's peptide easy to dissolve in solution. So not like a material.
Okay, so do you know any specific mechanism this remineralization happens?
For the mechanical property, I think we did do some test about the surface moisture, because the peptide this peptide SPH5 is hydrophilia, so it's easy to dissolve in solutions. But because it is one composition of saliva, so it can adhesion on enamel surface, but still not strong. We can to modify it to make it be better.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So our next speaker is Dr. Zhou Ting. Dr. Zhou Li, you can stop sharing your screen.
I will share my screen first.
Yes, please.
Screen. Is it fine? Can you
Yes.
see my screen? Okay. Good morning, everyone. What? Sorry, I forgot this. Good morning, everyone. I'm Zhou Ting, postdoc fellowship in restorative oral SAMS. Very glad to share some research updates about pulp tissue regeneration. Cell-based tissue engineering is one of the key strategies in regenerative endodontics. However, the prolonged and severe hypoxia cause more extensive cell death than impede the regeneration procedure. Despite timely establishment of functional circulation could overcome the cell damage by hypoxia, it is difficult achievable in relatively larger tissue constructs due to the extremely slower ingrowth of blood vessels. For the root canal, its unique structure, which makes it hard to reach capillaries inside, especially to the coronal region. To overcome the above-mentioned conditions, various strategies have been investigated to accelerate the capillary network formation, such as deliver pro-angiogenic factors, performing the capillary network by incorporating with endothelial cells, hypoxic preconditioning of stem cells. However, even under optimal conditions, the vascular ingrowth is still slow, requiring at least a few days or a week to fully vascularization. The transplanted cell may undergo necrotic death due to a lack of oxygen for a long period. Therefore, it's a high priority to find novel regenerative strategies that can substantially enhance the transplanted cell survival. In situ oxygen generation scaffold can produce and deliver oxygen to cells locally and directly. It's a good approach to enhance cell survivability, so it has grabbed many attention in the regenerative application. Our previous findings show that gamma hydrogel scaffolds with tapered microchannels can support sprouting in angiogenesis. Based on this, we are thinking whether a certain concentration of calcium peroxide within the gamma hydrogel can be able to produce sufficient oxygen to support the survival and the functions of the transplanted cells. In order to achieve our aims, we fabricated oxygen generating scaffolds by loading various concentrations of calcium peroxide for facilitating cell survivability. We checked microstructure of the scaffolds, calcium peroxide distribution, and also measured release profiles of oxygen and hydrogen peroxide. Further, the cell viability and metabolic activities were investigated, both encapsulated in JAMA hydrogels and engineered pulp constructs with various concentration of calcium peroxide under hypoxic condition. Then the related proteins expression levels such as HALF1, VEGF were tested as well. The microstructure SEM images of the scaffold showed the pore size was markedly increased from pure JAMA to 3% calcium peroxide JAMA. The swelling capacity of the JAMA hydrogels was enhanced with higher calcium peroxide concentration. Reasoning red staining images showed that calcium peroxide homogeneous distribution in different groups. Oxygen and hydrogen peroxide release profiles showed that the calcium peroxide JAMA hydrogels sustained release the oxygen up to 7 days with burst oxygen release at the very beginning. With catalyst, the hydrogen peroxide can generate oxygen very quickly, and it was hardly detected in the scaffold, so it's not hand to cell. Further, the scabs were encapsulated in the JAMA hydrogels containing different amount of calcium peroxide under the hypoxic conditions. Then the cell viability and the metabolic activity were tested using live-dead assay and the CCKA assay on different days. The data showed that the survivability of scabs was enhanced, and the metabolic activities of scabs under 1% oxygen condition is better compared to those within pure JAMA. In addition, we engineered the cell construct into root canal and checked the cell viability within the apical, middle, and the coronal portion. The image here showed that the survival rate of scabs was higher in the engineered pulp construct when using 0.5 calcium peroxide JAMA hydrogels, and the survival rate of scabs in the apical cell was higher than that in the coronal portions. We also checked the protein levels of HALF1 alpha and the VEGF by Western blot assay, immunofluorescence, and ELISA. Both of these two protein expression levels was decreased with the increasing calcium peroxide concentration. In summary, our findings show that the 0.5 calcium peroxide JAMA was sufficiently to supply locally oxygen for maintaining the inverted scabs viability for about 1 week. 0.5 calcium peroxide JAMA hydrogel can significantly enhance the survivability of scabs within the coronal portion of the engineered pulp-like constructs within the root canals. This study may show the 0.5 calcium peroxide JAMA hydrogels could offer a potential promising scaffold in endodontic regeneration. That's all for my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Any questions are welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Jyoti.
Yeah. Should I still share my screen?
It's okay, I think.
Okay.
So I have a question. So I can see that the generation of in situ oxygen is an interesting method to increase the cell survival. So you know that at the same time, the prolonged exposure to oxygen might be damaging the cells, or it can cause cell death. So how do you control the exposure time or the oxygen partial pressure in this scaffold?
Oh, thank you, Dr. Varuna. It's a good question. Actually, during our project, we also think about that, because if the oxygen is too much, the cell will undergo the oxygen higher exposure is not good to the cell. But you see, in our project, we use the hydrogel encapsulate the calcium peroxide. It may reduce the oxygen release at very short time, because it's like during the gamma degradation, the oxygen the calcium peroxide can contact with the medium, and then the oxygen may release. So at the very beginning, it has a burst release, but we try to reduce the amount of the calcium peroxide in order to reduce the cell toxic. So that's why after experiment, at the beginning we have the 3% the calcium peroxide, but at the end we after measured we decided to the 0.5 is the best one. I think it's like maybe it's the reason of the higher oxygen pressure is not good to the cells.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Just one question from me. If you needed the oxygen for longer than 1 week, how would you solve that problem? Or we don't need the oxygen for longer than 1 week?
So if we actually for my experiment, we did it under the hypoxia condition, and what we can do is we like to control the oxygen release time and the rate of the oxygen releasing. So if we don't want to release the oxygen for 1 week, we have several methods. Like one, we can reduce the amount. We can also reduce the amount of the peroxide, calcium peroxide usage. And the second one, we may try to reduce the contact between calcium peroxide with the water, because the reaction it's only started when it contact to the water, and yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Dr. Jyoti.
Thank you.
So our next speaker is Dr. Chen Shi.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, and I share my screen. Dear everyone, so glad to share my topic today is the oral health study of 12-year-old Hui children in Yunnan province in China. I will report this as the following 4 parts: introduction, method, result, and conclusions. China is a multiple ethnic nation. Each ethnic possesses unique history of growth and decline, migration and dispersion, particularly culture, tradition, and spoken language. Han ethnic occupy nearly most of the Chinese population, and we still have 15 other minorities. Their total population in 2020 is 125 million. Among these, 18 ethnic minority groups, their population is larger than 1 million. And among them, Hui ethnic is one of the top 3 populations among all these ethnic groups in China. Hui ethnic population is have the total population about 10 million in China, and they live in more than 2,000 countries in China. Most of the Hui people residents live in Ningxia Hui autonomous region and Qinghai province, which occupy 18.9% of the total Hui people. Except that these 2 regions, Yunnan province is one of the 6 provinces that Hui minority population are larger than 1 million. Yunnan province is located in the southwest of China, which the economic level is not very high. And they adjacent to Vietnam, Laos, and Miandian, which the total population is 47 million. Yunnan province have 52 minorities group in China, which have the most minority catalog in China. The ethnic group population occupied nearly one third of the whole population. Compared to Hui ethnic residence distribution between cities and countries in other provinces, the Hui ethnic in Yunnan province living more in country than in the country, they have higher proportion. The Hui ethnic, they live in China, they forming a generally standard located classes ethnic distribution pattern in China. Lots of the city have special Hui district in the area they live, and they kept their own relatively independent way of living. The major language they use nowadays is Chinese with different dialects. As the reason of living together with other minorities in Yunnan, other language will be used as well. Take for example, the Hui ethnic living in Xishuangbanna, for instance, they use in Thai language and costume is used and accepted. And the other live in Wuyuan of Yunnan, they use Bai ethnic language and will buy clothes. And they believe in Islam. So this study is aimed to describe the oral health stadium of 12 years old Hui children in Yunnan province, and which might be a representative samples of Hui minorities children in China. This study was conducted in 2016 and supported by the Education Bureau of Yunnan province. We already sent the get the approval of ethnic community, and we send the invitation letters. Objective. Based on our sampling size calculation, this study should invite at least 414 children, and we employ the multi-stage classes sampling method to recruit patients. This study invited all 12 years old Hui children in the selected school to participate till we get the total number. And exclusion criteria was children on long-term medical medications. Oral examinations. We have 2 trained public health dentists and 2 child-side assistants to record. CPI probe was used and a dental mirror with LED light to see the caries with naked eyes. Dental caries stadiums, gingiva bleeding, and dental fluorosis were assessed according to the method and criteria recommended by the WHO. We use DIMS index for diagnosis dental fluorosis, and for dental erosion, we use the BV criteria. A calibration exercise was also carried out before the study, and we will do the duplicated examination also at the examining day. We use a questionnaire. We use a questionnaire to understand, get information on the background of the children, like their age and gender, oral health related behaviors, how they eat snacks, toothbrushing habits, and dental visits, something about oral health knowledge of the survey students. Here, our data analysis, we use the SPS and SAS, and for the chain square test to use to assess the relationship between independent variables. And we use Manning-Whitney U test because our DMFT score is not a normal distribution. We use the ZIM to study the relationship between the DMFT scores and covariates. Carry station, here's the result. 85 out of 430 Hui children had dental caries. The prevalence of dental caries in permanent dentition was 19.8%, and the DMFT score was 0.33. However, 85% of the decay teeth are untreated, and no dental fluorosis was observed. For gingival stadiums, 333 children were diagnosed with bleeding on probe. Among them, the lower first molars and the lower incisors have the higher prevalence rates of gingival bleeding. For dental erosion actually was found in all children and have at least one secton with a BB score of 1. Meanwhile, the total BB score of all sectons in each children ranged from 2 to 10. 38 student was detected to have at least one secton had a BB score of 2 and regarded as severe dental erosion. A low level of risk of dental erosion was recognized among 35 children with total BB score up to 2. Most of the participations actually is at the median level of risk, which the cumulative BB score between 3 to 8. When we analyze oral health related habits, we can see that 67.9% of the total children brush their teeth less than twice. And 45.3% of the study students have daily sugar snack habit. 26.5 children reported they had daily soul food snack habit, and 118 children have reported that they have never visited a dentist. We used the negative bionomy model show that dental caries prevalence was associated with the toothbrush habits. And the result from ZIM model indicated further education level and monthly pocket money were related to the gingival bleeding experience. Conclusion. Dental caries and gingival bleeding were prevalent amongst 12-year-old Hui children in the Yunnan province in China. Most of the decayed teeth were unrestored. Dental fluorosis is not observed in these children. Thank you for your listening. Okay, so.
Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Chen. You mentioned that the toothbrushing was associated with the caries. So did you look at toothbrushing method or efficacy, or it was just whether they use the toothbrush or not?
Let me share my screen. Sorry. Why is not jumping out? Yeah, I can see
Doesn't
that,
matter.
but I can't share it now. I don't know why.
I can
why
still,
it's
you
not.
can still see your screen. So
Okay. Let me show dental caries. Yes. It's less than twice, and twice or more. We divide into 2 groups. Can you see the screen? Oh, sorry.
yes. So if they brush their teeth less than twice a day, so if they brush their teeth once a day, they had more caries. Is that how I should interpret this?
Yes. If they brush less, they have higher caries, I think.
So you didn't look at efficacy of brushing. So obviously it's the efficiency of brushing rather than the actual process of brushing.
The efficiency of brushing is not a good situation in China. Even they brush once or twice. Actually, we could see it in clinic every day. Even the children reported they brushing their tooth twice a day or more than twice a day. Sometimes you still can see the efficiency is not very high. So that's why actually this result already although our research show that in the analysis we can see toothbrush habits related to the study of some EP, even some include my survey study, we can see that they have not a very strong relationship to each other. So yeah, that's need more data to show whether really toothbrushing and the efficiency and the frequency, how they really influence the prevention of caries. That's true. I agree. Some studies they don't show they have relationship. Some studies they show they have. But yeah, we actually when I was in mainland, we are trying to design some study really to see how efficiency the brushing will influence the caries. But this needs time, and we still cannot get the final results because the sampling size is too small, and you have to observation long time, and people will falling up. So that's difficult. But we are trying to do that. That's a very good question. Thank you.
Okay. And you mentioned what's the erosive food, the snacking that they have, and is that the cause of the erosion, the erosive snacks?
Yeah, we want to find actually the erosion data now. We are not finally make a decision because this research is still undergoing. We get the data and we still do the analysis. We hope to find the relationship between the erosion and the food eating habits like soul food or sweet food. Yeah, that's analysis. I didn't report it today because the result is not running out. Sorry.
Okay.
I will do it later. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you, Dr. Chen. Since we are running a bit late,
okay,
we can move on to the next presentation.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dr. Chen.
Okay. Can I share the screen now?
Yes, please.
Okay, I will start now. Good morning, everyone. Today I'll talk about two key SARS-CoV-2 entry proteins in solution forms and their relationships to both periodontal and systemic health. Firstly, I'll give a brief introduction. Periodontitis has been one of the most prevalent non-communicable diseases globally, with about 14% of prevalence according to the Global Burden of Disease 2019. It brings from profound socio-economic impacts to the world. it is resultant to oral microbial host dysbiosis and dysregulated immunoinflammatory response. Studies of this year correlate the periodontitis with the severity of COVID-19 as ICU admission, assisted ventilation, or deaths. The COVID-19 pandemic is still severe now in the world, and the newest Omicron variant brings new fear to the world. But the good news is that the vaccination rate is improving. The most important protein in our body for SARS-CoV-2 infection is the membrane ductal ACE2 and the membrane protease TMPRSS2. ACE2 is the binding targets for the viral spike protein for cell entry, which is primed by TMPRSS2. Both proteins are also expressed in oral cavity, and the oral cavity is another infection route for SARS-CoV-2. Bacterial endotoxin and the inflammation promotes the shedding of membrane ACE2 into circulation. TMPRSS2 on another side is autoclaved. Shed soluble ACE2 can also bind to viral spike protein, assisting the virus's invasion of ACE2 deficient cells. A study shows that higher plasma ACE2 level is associated with increased heart problems. Now we go to the method. We recruited and screened a total of 139 subjects into the study who received both periodontal examination and medical assessment. The study was approved by IRB and followed the Helsinki Declaration. Based on the 2018 classification of periodontitis, the periodontal status of subjects were rated based on the severity, extent, and the grade. Combinative categorization was also employed. The corresponding annotations are shown in parentheses. Let's see the results. We tried two different methods of dimensionality reduction, PCA and MFA. MFA, by considering both continuous and categorical data, showed better separation among groups of categories, especially between health or gingivitis and severe periodontitis. All the analysis were performed on adjusted levels using the total protein concentration in corresponding samples. The ACE2 levels are disparate with sexes in both saliva and the serum. Consistent with previous study on plasma, TMPRSS2 ratio are high in smokers. Subjects having good oral hygiene habits had higher serum levels of TMPRSS2 and lower saliva levels of ACE2 and ACE2 ratios. Salivary levels and the saliva serum ratios of ACE2 were higher in subjects with generalized stage 3 to 4 periodontitis. For the intermediate periodontitis status, localized 3 to 4 periodontitis, the results are ambiguous. Thus, when we only observed the two extreme status, 2 to 2 plus grade B and 3 to 4 generalized plus grade C, without considering the ambiguous intermediate localized periodontitis, salivary levels of ACE2 and ACE2 ratio clearly reflect the severity and the complexity of periodontitis. TMPRSS2, however, couldn't. By examining the Wilcox test pairwisely using R-script, we found the following results. TMPRSS2 is higher in subjects with normal cholesterol and LDL levels, and TMPRSS2 ratios are higher in normal waist-hip ratio and abnormal serum creatinine. We generated the correlation matrix of ACE2 and the TMPRSS2 with clinical parameters, including oral periodontal and systemic ones. Salivary ACE2 levels are positively correlated with bone loss, while salivary TMPRSS2 and the saliva serum ratios of TMPRSS2 are negatively with numbers of remaining teeth. The correlation of TMPRSS2 with OHIP 14 scores is weak, though significant. Both salivary and the serum ACE2 strongly positively correlate with corresponding MMP8, especially in periodontitis groups, while only salivary TMPRSS2 negatively correlates with salivary MMP8, especially significant in healthy 0 to 2 group. Only salivary TMPRSS2 was found to correlate with medical parameters in this study, including BMI, total cholesterol to HDL ratio, and LDL, all relating to obesity and lipid metabolism. Conclusion, salivary ACE2 levels may reflect the overall severity and the complexity of periodontitis. Salivary TMPRSS2 levels correlate with some systemic medical parameters, especially obesity and the lipid metabolism related ones. Thank you for listening. Now I'm ready for QA.
Thank you, Dr. Tianfan. So, do you know in what kind of tissues these ACE2 and TMPRSS2 proteins are produced?
Thank you for the questions. In this study, we study on the soluble one, which is cut off from the membrane. And for the membrane bound form of these two proteins, they are expressed in quite a lot of tissues and organs, including lungs and kidney and eyes, and also for male the testes. And but for the soluble ones, we study on the body fluid samples. That's different to the membrane bound form.
Okay, so the ones you found in saliva, so do you think those are produced in salivary glands or?
Salivary gland is the membrane bound form ACE2. That's the rationale for the infection routes of newly studied of SARS-CoV-2, which is published in the Nature Medicine. And that's why oral cavities are very important for prevention of this pandemic.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so if there are no more questions, we can conclude this session, because I think we have run a bit late and the other session needs to be started soon. Okay, thank you to all the speakers.
Hello, could you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. So I share my screen.
Yeah. Lovely. That's thank you, Summer. So you're talking on the evaluation of in vitro bacterial adhesion on smooth restorative material surfaces.
Yes.
That's great. So you've got let's see, you've got 10 minutes. So you've got a short presentation.
Okay.
Including a little bit of questions. So off you go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for introduction. Good afternoon, professors and colleagues. Thank you for attending today's scientific meeting. My name is Hu Hongyi from the Department of Paleontology and Implant Dentistry. Our topic today is the evaluation of in situ bacterial adhesion on smooth restorative material surface. The oral biofilm is still challenging for researchers in oral microbiology and the dental biomaterial. Formations of the oral biofilm includes 4 steps, in which the bacterial adhesion is an essential one. There were several factors that influence the bacterial adhesion on dental and restorative materials. One of the housekeeping factors is the surface. It was found that there was a strong correlation between the surface and the bacterial adhesion on dental materials. When the roughness was greater than 0.2 micrometer, it becomes weaker when the roughness between 0.06 and 0.2 micrometer. On the other hand, a lot of efforts has made to develop the restorative materials with the ability of antimicrobial substance release. Our group found that the incorporation of casein phosphorpeptide or phosphoric calcium phosphate into a glass aramid cement could inhibit the biofilm formation of some carcinogenic species. However, most of these studies were conducted under in vitro conditions using defined single or multiple species oral biofilm model. We were still lacking considerable knowledge about the effect of dental material on the ecology of the in vivo oral bacterial adhesion. So the primary objective of this study was to compare the early in situ bacterial adhesion on different dental restorative materials with smooth surface. The next generation sequencing technique would be used to profile the microbiota on bovine tooth, resin composite, glass aramid cement, and CPP-ACP modified GIC with an in situ bacterial adhesion model in healthy volunteers. We also want to compare the microbial profile of early in situ bacterial adhesion with the corresponding unstimulated whole saliva. 10 healthy volunteers were recruited. Then the volunteers were asked to wear a custom-made splint. The bovine tooth and the restorative material snaps were fixed randomly into the buccal side of the maxillary first molar and second premolar regions. The dental plaque samples were collected after 12 hours of intraoral exposure. At the same time, the unstimulated whole saliva was collected immediately before the removal of the dental splint. Then the samples were subjected to DNA extraction and performed the real-time PCR analysis, as well as 16S RNA gene sequencing. The key measurements in this study were the identification of core microbiota in the early in situ dental plaque samples. We also compared the total biomass, the alpha diversity, beta diversity of the microbiota in dental plaque samples in the experiment groups, as well as a differential expression analysis if there is any significant difference observed between the experimental groups. We identified 24 core species in the 12-hour in situ dental plaque samples. This heat map showed the relative abundance of each single species in each single samples. We found that the distribution of the core species in the dental plaque formed on different restorative materials was similar. The most abundant species was belonging to the Streptococcus genus, and the second abundant species was Haemophilus parainfluenzae. At the same time, we noticed a high level of inter-individual variation of the microbiota in dental plaque samples. From the real-time quantitative PCR analysis and the alpha diversity analysis comparison, there was no significant difference observed regarding the total biomass of the bacteria, as well as the bacterial community composition of dental plaque formed on different restorative materials. From the line-metric multidimensional scaling plot, we found that the dental plaque samples from the 4 subgroups, which were coated with same shape, showed no obvious clustering. In contrary, the dental plaque samples from the same subject, which were coated with same corner, was clustered closely. And the statistical analysis confirmed this observation, that the variations between plaque samples were largely attributed to the inter-individual variations. At the same time, we found a significant difference between the dental plaque samples and the corresponding whole saliva samples. The corresponding whole saliva appeared slightly separated from the dental plaque samples in the multidimensional scaling plot. At the same time, we found several species that were differentially expressed in the dental plaque when compared to the corresponding whole saliva. So within the limitations of this study, we found the 12-hour inside plaque and smooth tooth and restorative material surface tested in this study was similar in terms of both the attached bacterial biomass and the bacterial community composition. Inconsistent with previous next-generation sequencing reports, the early dental plaque microbiota appeared individual-specific rather than the material-dependent. We identified 24 core species in the early plaque obtained from healthy subjects, providing some background information for the polymicrobial biofilm model construction in future investigations. All that is my presentation today. Thank you for your attention, and any questions or comments are welcome. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that, and good timekeeping, well done. My first one that I'm interested in, Summer, is how did you didn't mention anything about the dietary control of the participants during the growth phase. So you said there were differences between the variations were greater based on the individual rather than the substrate. But during the plant growth phase, how did you know that they were having similar diets, or did you not control for that?
Thank you for your question. You mean in the study population recruitment?
Yes, so you have a start and end time of what seems to be about 12 hours when you're collecting the plaque.
Yes.
And that's in the evening. So are you presuming, are they meant to be eating nothing during that time?
Yes, we asked the volunteers to refrain from the food or beverage during this time.
And did you look at their, did you do any dietary analysis to see about what is the typical diet that these people have and whether diet might be related to some of the differences you found?
From the literature, the dietary has influence on the biofilm formation. So in this study, we eliminated this effect.
So then you're only doing a short period of time, and obviously this is initial biofilm formation.
Yes.
So therefore, how is that going to help us? Why should we be interested?
Yes, this is part of my PhD project, and a large part of my PhD project is about the proteomic profile of the acquired pellicle and the dental and restorative materials. So we investigated the initial bacterial adhesion and want to find some interaction between the primary colonizers and the acquired pellicle proteins.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
thank you.
That's great. Yeah, thank you very much for that.
Thank you. I'll stop my. Okay.
Yeah, lovely. Gumin, do you want to introduce the next?
I think it's still better Professor Patelo to introduce. I think the second speaker is Dr. Zhang Yu Chen, right?
Yes.
Yes. Can you present?
Okay.
Thank you.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Zhang Yuchen. I'm a third-year PhD student. My presentation title is DBS treated by TGR-beta regulated angiogenic spotting of three-dimensional co-culture of WEC and DBSC through VEGF ANG1 type 2 signaling. As we all know, there are millions of bacteria in a mouse. Some bacteria can cause caries and inflammation. The dental palm can be damaged by uncontrolled infection or injury. Besides, dental palm is rich in blood vessels, which can provide oxygen and nutrients to our teeth. So, for dental palm regeneration, establish the blood vessel is too important. Angiogenesis is a multiple-step process regulated by many factors, signaling pathways and cellular interactions. First, systemic tissue release. Systemic tissue release pro-angiogenic factors such as VEGF and NG2. These factors can destabilize yeast and parasite interactions, promote parasite detachment from endothelium. As sprouts grow, they release PTGF, which can recruit parasites from surrounding tissue to the new blood vessels. After that, parasite release NG1 to enhance parasite and yeast interactions and promote vessel maturation and lumen formation. Till now, many studies have developed various therapies for angiogenesis in dental palm. A promising therapy is prevascular tissue constructs. It makes different growth factors and cells with thick folds, and then inject them into the dental tissue to induce blood vessel formation. However, the newly formed blood vessels by this way can be broken in short time. So how to maintain stabilization of newly formed vessels is a key issue for dental palm regeneration. Our previous study showed that DBS can function as parasite-like cells to stabilize newly formed vessels in vitro. EC alone can form vessel structured after 24 hours of seeding and degraded at 72 hours. Addition of DBS to EC at 0 hour did not form any vessel structure. However, the addition of DBS at 24 hours to the pre-existing vessels can promote the stability at 72 hours. While it is still not clear how parasite like DBS to stabilize the blood vessels. TGR-beta is the most effective growth factor for inducing stem cell differentiation into R cell types. Therefore, in this project, TGR-beta was used to induce DBSC differentiation into parasite-like cells. So, objective of this work is first to investigate whether TGR-beta could differentiate DBSC into functional parasite-like cells and its unlined signaling pathways. Second is to explore whether DBSC treated by TGR-beta could maintain blood vessel stability and the molecular mechanism involved in this process. First, DBSC was treated with TGR-beta at different time points under QPCR and Western blot results showed that TGR-beta can induce the expression of SMA and SMA22 both at mRNA and protein level. Consistent with Western blot results, the fluorescence intensity of MA and SMA22 was significantly higher in DTBSC than that in DBSC. To explore whether to explore whether TDBS effect is supporting co-causative steroids and co-causative steroids of VEGF and EC and TBSC or embedded in collagen gel. From fluorescent images, we can see that it can enclosed by TBSC tightly, and TDB can in fact inhibit the EC supporting. To investigate how TBSC inhibit EC supporting, angio and VEGF expression in TBSC were analyzed after treatment with TD-beta. From the result, we can see that angio expression was significantly increased after treatment with TD-beta, while a peak of VEGF expression was at day 3 and then downregulated at day 5 and day 7. And the ELISA result has a similar trend with the Western blot result. To explore whether TBSC affect EC proliferation and migration, EC was treated with continuum medium from TDBSC. Result found that TDBSC continuum medium didn't affect EC proliferation but inhibit the EC migration. To investigate how TDBSC continuum medium inhibit EC migration, EC was treated with TDBSC continuum medium and ANG1. Recent blot showed that the expression of type 2 phosphorylation and V-kinase significantly increased after treatment with TDBSC continuum medium. To further investigate whether TDBSC maintains vessel stability through ANG1 type 2 and VEGFR2 signaling, a 3D supporting assay was performed. The results show that both ANG1 and TDBSC inhibit EC supporting is correct model. To explore the effects of VEGF and ANG2 on EC supporting, EC and TBSC co-causative steroids were co-stimulated with VEGF and ANG2. We found that neither VEGF nor ANG2 can reverse the supporting inhibition by TBSC, while co-stimulation with VEGF and ANG2 can induce EC supporting. When EC or treated with type 2 inhibitor or VEGFR inhibitor, type 2 inhibitor reverse the supporting inhibition by TDBSC, while VEGF inhibitor boosted the supporting inhibition by TBSC. This is a proposed molecular mechanism how TDBSC regulated vascular stabilization. First, TD-beta activity is the receptor for wire phosphorylation, and then for activity its downstream effect SMAD2 and SMAD3. The activity SMAD2 and 3 associated with SMAD4 to enter nucleus to regulate the target gene expression, such as VEGF, ANG1, and so on. The ANG1 secreted from TBSC can activate its receptor type 2 on EC membrane surface. The activated ANG1 type 2 signaling can upregulate V-kinase, which enhance cell-cell adhesion and blood vessel stability. On the other hand, the downregulated VEGF attenuate VEGFR2 signaling and further inhibit its migration and maintain blood vessel stability. So the conclusion of this work is TGβ can induce DPSC differentiation into functional parasite-like cells. Second is TDPSC maintains vessel stability through angiogram type 2 and VEGFR2 signaling in 3D spotting model. Okay, that's all for my presentation. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you for your attention and thank you for your interesting study. And any question from the audience?
Well, I would just ask, this is your proposed model. So how will you go about proving that it's not just an idea? How will you confirm the results?
Sorry, can you say it again?
This is your proposed model based on your in vitro study, but how will you confirm this with future studies?
Future study, I want to explore the function of TDPSC to maintain vessel stability in vivo, such as animal models.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Great, okay. In that case, we have to move on. Thank you for the presentation, Dr. Zhang. We'll now move on to, is it Dr. Xiang? Are you there? And can you present your slide?
Yes.
You're presenting on can melatonin prevent cisplatin-induced neuropathy?
And sorry.
We'll just wait. Yep, we can see your screen and we can hear you clearly.
So I can start from now on.
Yes,
right?
please. Yes, please do.
Okay.
You have about 9 minutes, 8 or 9 minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Wang Xuan. I am a year 2 PhD student and my primary supervisor is Vincent Choi. We are from Hong Kong Dentistry, Oral and Maxillofacial Surgery. Today's topic is about melatonin and the cisplatin-induced peripheral neuropathy. First, let me introduce Plantinil to you. Plantinil is a mental chemotherapy treatment in a lot of cancers. The figure is the molecular structure of 3 worldwide acceptable Plantinil. They are cisplatin, carboplatin, and oxaliplatin. Cisplatin is the oldest and classic Plantinil and is first discovered by Italian chemist Michele Perrone in 1845. It was approved by FDA in 1978 in multiple cancer treatment. The cancer include colon cancer, stomach cancer, ovary cancer, testic cancer, cervical cancer, and so on. And the related cancer in my field is head and neck cancer. Cisplatin combined with 5-FU is recommended by NCCN as mainstream chemotherapy for head and neck cancer, and a large clinical trial in head and neck cancer established longer 5-year survival compared to other treatment alone or combination. I mean, longer 5-year survival in cisplatin combined with 5-FU. Even Plantinil is a highly acceptable chemotherapy medicine. The side effects cannot be ignored. The side effects include of nausea, vomiting, nephrotoxicity, anemia, hepatic toxicity, otitis, local irritation, and the first one, neuropathy. And the neuropathy is today's topic. Based on the published data, NCCN recommends single-agent cisplatin given every 3 weeks at 100 milligrams per square meter body area. 2 to 3 cycles of chemotherapy are recommended. So most people will reach a cumulative dose of 300. And symmetrical predominantly sensory peripheral neuropathy is a common complication of cisplatin therapy that develops in most patients, typically only after a cumulative dose of 300 is reached. And once established these symptoms, there's no effective therapy, and the treatment is symptomatic only. And for patients with cancer recurrence or cisplatin resistance, the dose is much higher, and all patients will develop peripheral neuropathy after a cumulative dose of 500 to 600 reached. And now I want to introduce the mechanism of cisplatin in cancer treatment. First, cisplatin can enter the cell by passive diffusion because of the caloric concentration gap between bloodstream and inside the cell. That's 100 compared to 4 to 20. And the most important mechanism of cisplatin is that it can interact with DNA, in particular with N7 of guanine and adenine residues. And then they can form DNA adducts. These DNA adducts can be recognized by some proteins such as MMR, NER, and HMG. HMG is not shown in this figure. And this, after recognized by this protein, it can affect the cell cycle, DNA repel, and then apoptosis. And this protein can also bind to tumor suppressor p53, which is an important gene involved in cell cycle control, DNA repel, and apoptosis. The mechanism in neuropathy is quite the same as the mechanism in cancer treatment. The difference is that cisplatin can significantly increase the oxidative stress and mitochondrial dysfunction. And now I want to talk about melatonin. Melatonin is first discovered by Aaron Liner in 1958 and is a hormone produced by brain that regulates time and circadian rhythms. Melatonin is first recognized as antioxidant and free radical scavenger in 1993. It is proved to be twice as active as vitamin E and is thought to be the most effective lipophilic antioxidant. Besides, it can promote the expression of antioxidant enzymes such as glutathione, peroxidase, glutathione, reductase, and catalase. But some researchers have already proved that melatonin can protect tissues and organs from cisplatin toxicity, such as organ damage and testic damage and acute kidney damage. And our researcher, Zakran, has approved that melatonin can improve cognitive function of intracerebral cisplatin inject mass. Melatonin, based on this research, melatonin can reverse cisplatin-induced tissue toxicity and may be a potential treatment in cisplatin-induced peripheral neuropathy. And our conclusion is that melatonin is likely to reverse cisplatin-induced toxicity, including peripheral neuropathy. And that's all. Thank you. Thank you for your listening.
Okay. Yes, okay. So did you do any administration of melatonin?
Administration?
How would you evaluate the effects of melatonin?
Effects.
So Professor Patelos ask the question is actually your present is like an introduction, not a real experiment something. So how do you prove your theory? Am I correct?
Okay.
Okay, yes, thank you, Gumin. Yes, I thought I missed the methodology there. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for your question. I'm doing a literature review now, and later on I will use animal studies and cell studies to prove our hypothesis, and the later some cell experiment and animal experiment will help us prove this result.
So you've already got a model from actually its use with other conditions, and so there must be a literature there as well. Is that correct? Because you mentioned some other clinical conditions that melatonin has been used to reduce the effects of the cisplatin.
Oh yes, and this cisplatin melatonin protect tissues from cisplatin toxicity. These effects are based on some animal studies or cell studies. Until now, little such melatonin hasn't been proved on humans.
Okay.
There's no clinical data.
Yeah. Do you expect any side effects associated with melatonin administration?
Yes. Melatonin may, because melatonin regulates our sleep. So some people will feel sleepy all the time after they take the melatonin, and that's the only side effects I know. Maybe no other side effects.
Okay, if you have a look, there might be some other ones as well. I think you get headache, dizziness, and other things, but that might be compounded by the side effects you get from the medication for the cancer. Anyway, okay, thank you very much for that presentation, Dr. Xian. We can now move over to Phoebe Lam. Phoebe, I can see you're there.
Yeah,
so
hi.
if you'd like to unshare your screen.
Because someone else's is sharing the screen, so I can't do that right now.
Yeah.
Okay, I will stop it.
I still can't do it.
You just need to unshare the
screen. Okay.
Yeah.
That's great. Yep.
Great, that's good. When you're ready, you can go ahead, Phoebe.
Yep, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Allow me to bombard you all with figures to keep you awake right before lunch break. As dentists or researchers in dentistry, we all know dental caries has been one of the most prevalent chronic diseases among the pediatric populations. The prevalence of early childhood caries can range from 2.1 up to 85.5% across the globe, with over 620 million preschool children walking the street with untreated dental decay. But how do all these numbers mean to you? Nothing? Well, to me, it hurts because dental caries can bring serious consequences to the younger children. Sleepless nights, unbearable pain, swelling, and infection. Dental caries can severely undermine their growth, daily lives, and quality of life. In Hong Kong, we have the term losing at the starting line to describe underprivileged people. They are doomed to failure right at the start, in education or in career, etc. But does the same phrase apply to dental caries? We know the dental caries distribution in Hong Kong and many parts of the world are often skewed, meaning a particular group of people being more susceptible to caries, having a high chance to develop caries throughout their life course. If we can identify them from the start, maybe we can change their destiny. There are many risk factors suggested to detect these losers right at the start, as many pathological and protective caries risk factors are proposed by different caries risk assessment guidelines to locate these high-risk groups, but many were derived from cross-sectional studies rather than longitudinal studies. So are they really accurate? And what are the most powerful indicators to locate them? With all these questions in mind, we conducted our systematic review and meta-analysis with two parts, looking at factors influencing caries increment in primary and permanent dentition. For the primary dentition, we aim to evaluate the association of different caries risk predictors and the association with the increment of ECC among preschool children over 24 months. For the permanent dentition, we aim to evaluate whether previous caries in the primary dentition will affect children in the permanent dentition below 18 years old, and to identify other potential risk factors with caries increment in the permanent dentition over 24 months. The protocol was registered in Prospero. So, in participants in the primary dentition review, we included children below 6 years old and children and adolescents from 6 to 18 years old for the permanent dentition review. And both review required subjects to have at least one baseline clinical examination right before the start. And then for exposure and control group, we look at different risk factors as listed below. And we consider them as the potential hazards as mentioned in different caries risk assessment guidelines. For the effects, we use the incidence of caries in primary and permanent dentition in the form of dichotomous outcome with odds ratio and 95% confidence interval. And then for continuous outcome, we use the mean number of decay missing due to decay and filled primary and permanent dentition with standardized mean difference and standard deviation to evaluate them. And then for the type of studies, we only included cohort or case control studies with at least 24 months of follow-up, evaluating how caries increment in primary and permanent dentition stage. So we systematically searched in 4 electronic databases and conducted hand searching. 2 authors independently screened and assessed the eligibility of each study for final inclusion. We then performed qualitative and quantitative synthesis and further assessed the validity of with Robbins 1 and grade assessment for the quality of evidence. Here is a Prism flowchart of our review. Over 1,000 articles came up. For primary and permanent dentition, respectively, we included 163 and 21 articles for full text screening based on the title and abstract. Finally, 18 and 8 studies were included for qualitative and quantitative synthesis of the 2 reviews, respectively. The inter-examiner reliability was good according to CAPA statistics. For caries in the primary dentition, a majority of the studies included identified children whose parents had a lower education attainment were more likely to develop caries in the primary dentition, so as children with prenatal or passive smoking. Baseline clinical findings are also strong indicators for future caries increment in the primary dentition, as listed here, that include the baseline caries experience, plaque level, and the cariogenic microorganisms. And then for other social demographic factors and or health-related behaviors, inconsistent findings were detected, as we cannot make concrete statements whether they can be used to predict caries increment in the primary dentition. As data presented are very heterogeneous, we will only be able to pull the data from 3 studies for meta-analysis with a few potential risk factors. As shown here, for parents who have not received not more than 9 years of education, the mean DMFT increment of their children over 24 months was significantly higher than those with a high education attainment. We were also able to pull data for assessing immigration, gender, and dental surface utilization for meta-analysis. As shown in all the 4 reports, no significant difference were identified. Here is a summary for all the potential risk factors for caries increment in primary dentition. And then for the permanent dentition, we identified that children with the past caries experience in primary teeth were 3 times more likely to develop caries in the permanent dentition. Studies also suggested caries in primary molars and dental caries also further increased the risk of caries. We also pulled the data for gender, however, it was not significant again. The findings for social demographic factors and oral health habits were heterogeneous, inconsistent, and cannot be used in the meta-analysis. However, we shouldn't be too confident regarding the above findings, as shown in the Robbins 1 assessment. Many studies were graded as of high risk of bias due to confounding or missing data. When we assess the results using the grade approach, all evidence in the caries increment in the primary dentition were graded as of moderate to low quality, as the evidence was derived from observational study and some with considerable inconsistency. And then for caries increment in the permanent dentition, the quality of evidence was even lower, graded as low or very low, due to high risk of bias associated with a majority of study, placing the validity of the current finding very uncertain, as well as substantial heterogeneity between the studies. All in all, seems like the concept of losing at the starting line applied rather well in the context of dental caries, very unfortunately, with children having ECC being 3.22 times more likely to develop caries in the permanent dentition, and preschool children whose parents are smokers, those with lower education attainment, are being more likely to have early childhood caries or having higher DMFT, not to mention children who already have decay inside their mouth. To break the chain, we should advocate more aggressive oral health promotion campaign and preventive treatments to the less privileged individuals. We should also implement oral health education before caries can take roots, maybe as soon as a child is born or even earlier to expectant couples. Last but not the least, rather than fighting alone, we should consider collaborating with our alliance in policymakers, in policymaking, education, and primary healthcare, as low education attainment and smoking among parents will have a prolonged impact on children. I hope this presentation answered the yes-no question or whether a starting line in caries development exists in both dentition, and the who question, who is more susceptible to caries from the start. Next, we need to put all our hands on deck to solve the second how mystery, how to help our patients to win at the finishing line. Let's put our heads together to crack this big puzzle. Thank you all, and I look forward to your research. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Phoebe. So there was one thing I thought was interesting. You saw this parental smoking or indirect smoking and education. Do you think they're related, or do you think they're separate factors with regards to your analysis?
Yeah, that's a really good question, because when we look at the when I look at those studies that they evaluated these factors for smoking, actually the quality, I mean, the risk of bias is actually rather high. They didn't control for the confounding factors, which you have mentioned, like the low social demographic factors, I mean, the low household income, low education attainment, because for this group of people, they like smokers tend to be having a maybe lower education attainment or a low household income. But there may be some other factors, like for smoking, it actually reduces the salivary flow and the salivary pH. So it may also contribute to the high caries that we located. And yeah, so some clinical findings, and smoking may also affect the oral microorganism presence. So it's still something that we need to crack in the future.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you, Phoebe, that's great. I think our time is up, so I'm afraid, thank you for that. You can unshare, thank you. And Guming, do you want to introduce?
Okay, so the next speaker will be Dr. Yang. Yes, yeah. Can you present your study?
Yes, let me share my screen. Hi, can you see the screen and hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, professors and doctors. I'm Jonathan Young, a BDS6 student representing my undergraduate research program group to present our project. And the title of our project is an evaluation of a self-developed modified masticatory performance protocol in assessing masticatory function. Masticatory performance is a measure of the comminution of food attainable under standardized testing conditions and indicates the comprehensive ability required for mastication. In our literature search, it is well documented that masticatory ability can be evaluated either subjectively or objectively. And the subjective methods commonly involve the use of questionnaires for the subject's own perception. while the objective method requires the subject to chew on test materials to produce numerical data. The popular tests include the sieve test, which requires the patient to chew on artificial food and to measure the particle size after chewing. The other is a two-color chewing gum to measure the change in color intensity after chewing. After reviewing the current literatures, we have identified a research gap. It is there is no single method to comprehensively evaluate masticatory ability found in previous study. It is due to the fact that every test has its own strength and weakness. For example, the sieve test is a good way to evaluate comminution ability, while chewing gum is better at capturing mixing ability, result in the reporting of a weak correlation between the chewing test used and the subject's own evaluation. The two-color chewing gum used in previous study is too easily chewed and reaches color saturation too readily. Also, subjects were instructed to chew naturally. As they are adapted to their habitual masticatory pattern, this may not be able to capture a comprehensive picture of their true masticatory function. Therefore, this study hoped to develop a novel mastication protocol which emphasized on capturing both anterior and posterior teeth using a new color changeable chewing gum to be validated with other objective and subjective masticatory parameters. We have three aims and objectives in our study. One, to develop a novel masticator performance protocol aimed to capture the differences between anterior and posterior teeth. Two, to compare its validity of assessing masticatory function with the standard masticator performance protocol. Three, to evaluate correlation among objective and subjective parameters of masticatory function. Moving on to the methodology, this is a cross-sectional study. We have recruited young adults who are BDS, DSA, and hygienist students, as well as awful patients in IAD. Screening was done to ensure suitability of subjects and informed consent was obtained. Limited data was available for sample size calculation, as this is the first pilot test for a novel masticator protocol, and a new color changeable chewing gum was used. We have adopted convenient sampling and gathered as many subjects as possible. Exclusion criteria were set with reference to similar studies. In short, subjects recruited are with full dentition except third molar, without active disease and not under active oral treatment. Data on the subject's occlusal contact area, bite force on reference teeth, and mixing ability with the newly developed color changeable chewing gum developed in Japan were then collected. To overcome the weakness of the aforementioned tests, the new gum used in this study can achieve a wider range of color change via chemical reaction. Moreover, the novel protocol requires subjects to use incisors for 12 times, right and left molars for 24 times, capturing the entire dentition. Apart from objective parameters, questionnaires were distributed with questions in the form of the visual analog scale and Likert scale to gather subjects' subjective masticatory performance. These data are then submitted to descriptive statistic normality tests and correlation analysis by the SPSS. We have recruited 22 young adults, and some interesting results and implications are suggested from the study. Significant correlation were found between the standard and modified masticatory protocol, and more importantly, the modified protocol showed a more significant correlation with occlusal contact area and anterior bite force highlighted in the red circle of the table. This tells us that the modified protocol can be more representative for masticatory function. As with the previous literature, our study also found a lack of correlation between masticatory function tests and subjective evaluation of masticatory performance. This could be due to the fact that with the novel protocol, the entire dentition is utilized instead of the habitual masticatory pattern. The results here show that the subject's subjective evaluation of masticatory performance is correlated with maximum bite force, which concurs with previous study. This suggests that one's perception somewhat represents their subjective masticatory function and could be of clinical significance. Then correlation between various objective parameters many bite force captured in different areas were shown, and other studies have suggested positive correlation between maximum bite force and occlusal contact area, which is not found in this study. To conclude, the novel protocol might be superior to the standard protocol documented in current literature in assessing certain aspects of masticatory function, particularly the occlusal contact area and anterior bite force. And several limitations remain in our study. Firstly, the use of the color changeable chewing gum in masticatory tests focus more on the mixing ability of subjects. So other aspects of masticatory performance can be overlooked. And secondly, we have not validated this protocol with the sieve test due to the lack of resource and time. Therefore, we suggest future studies to investigate the validation of the novel protocol with sieve test. And lastly, as this is a pilot study, we were not able to gather data for the calculation of sample size. A larger sample size should be recruited with reference to this study. And this is the end of our presentation, and we want to express our thanks to the undergraduate research program for providing this research opportunity, and also thank you, Dr. Yang and Dr. Wong, for supervising us this year. And thank you all for your time, and are there any questions?
Yes, well done, Jonathan. Nice presentation. Congratulations. I want to know, why did you do the incisor masticatory test for the breakdown of the food on the incisors? Because obviously most people don't chew with their incisors.
Yes, thank you very much for your question. And I think the idea was that usually in the previous literature, the subjects will chew naturally. So they might use a full dentition, and in our study, as we want to record the full picture of the masticatory function, so we also include the whole dentition, and we think the people will usually first use the incisors to tear off the food, and then they will spend more time in the posterior region to chew the food. So that's why we have proposed this protocol with 12 times for the incisors and also 24 times at the posterior areas, which sum up to 60 cycles. And this is the same with the current literature, which asks the subjects to chew 60 times naturally.
And then is it right, you got them to chew on one side, the left molar, did you say?
First incise for 12 times, and then on the left molars for 24 times, and also the right molars for 24 times as well.
Okay, both sides, yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Very good. Yeah, thank you. Gumin, any questions? Anyone else?
May I ask, except the color changeable chewing gum, actually my question is why you choose color changeable chewing gum? Is there any other options?
I think in the previous literature, there are silicone materials such as a cutter seal are very commonly used in assessing masticatory performance. But in our literature review and after discussion with our supervisors, and we have found out that the new developed chewing gum, there are several literatures documenting its ability to accurately capture the masticatory performance of people. So that's why we have chose this material and try to see whether our novel protocol can be adapted to this material.
Okay, so you think this gum is better than silicone, right?
We still have to do more research as suggested in the limitations. As the sieve test using the cutter seal is the golden method here. So we have to do further study to validate our protocol with the color changeable chewing gum with the sieve test in order to know whether this is a better test or we can achieve the same standard with the sieve test.
Great, well done. Thank you for that, Jonathan. I'm afraid we have to move on. Time is up. So congratulations to you and your team. And then we move, I think, on to the last speaker. That's Dr. Lee, who is going to be talking about fracture resistance of biogenerated and manually designed single crowns. Over to you.
I think she's mute herself.
Yeah. You just need to unmute yourself. Can you hear us? You haven't got the microphone on, your microphone. You need to go down to the bottom left-hand corner.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, so this is also a scheme carried out under the URP project. So our topic is comparing the AI and human design crown. So the flow of presentation will be following, starting with the introduction, method, result discussion, and then end by conclusion. So starting from the introduction, the reason why we want to carry out this project is that traditionally we use dental wizard to do the procedures, and then moving on to the newer generation, we have done digital dentistry, which include intraoral scanner and CAD/CAM manufacturer, which is also carried out by the lab technician who do not know fully the clinical conditions of the patients, and therefore there is a progress in the degree of automation in the CAD process. And so we have the biogeneric design group, which is a system under developed by CERIC. It's based on the artificial intelligence, which learned from a fast data from a 3D data library of teeth and dentition. It analyzed the morphology and occlusal relationship among the abutment and tooth and adjacent and antagonist to make the crown. So currently there is many literature, some literature that compare the tooth morphology and aesthetic of the biogeneric generated restoration, CAD/CAM restoration, which mainly focus on the tooth morphology and also aesthetic. And then the data in the mechanical strength and the tooth design is kind of lacking. So this we aim to compare the group BI, which is biogeneric design, from CERIC, and also group TD, which is done by an experienced technician using the CAD software, and also the amateur, which is the dental student after a short period of training using the same CADware design to make a crown for the 245. So first of all, we collect samples from our classmates with full dentition, no severe malalignment at the lower right premolar region. We take alginate impression for install and then digitalize it and mount to ICP. And then we print out with the 3D acrylic materials of the tooth model and then the crown preparation on the 245. And then we have the crown design done by 3 groups respectively. And then we have the die 3D printed with the same acrylic materials, and then I have the crown using EMAX, lithium disilicate, muted and fired, and then we fit on the crown, and then we have surface treatment with HF on the crown surface and adhesive scotch bond from 3M, and also cemented with Relix X Ultimate from 3M. And then this is some pictures showing the digitalization of the models, including the free shape extraoral scanner from at the 4th floor CAD room, and also the 3D printing machine. And then the preparation of spaciousness is shown as below. So you can see there is the 3D printing materials, acrylic, and then the 4-5 crown on it. And then this is mounted in the ICP, and then the 3D printed dies and crown with different group of design. So after preparating the spaciousness, we move on to the load prefecture testing. So we use the universal testing machine with the loading rate as shown here, and then we collect the fragment and analyze it under the light microscope, and then we do the statistic analysis. So the results of the test studies as below. So we can see that the loading capacity of single crown restoration in 3 methods, they range from the highest to 2017 Newton to the lowest is around 900 Newton. So after we have done an ANOVA test, we found that there is no significant difference between the loading capacity between three groups. And then further, we do a pairwise comparison between the group, the fully AI group, and also the CAD/CAM aided group. We also cannot find any significant difference in the pairwise comparison of the loading capacity. And then this may mean that the free group of crown will have similar mechanical strength. So with the aid of the CAD technology, even a method like dental surgeon can design crown with similar strength to that by professional technicians with only a short period of training, spending only 20 minutes per crown. And then furthermore, with the use of AI technology, the biogeneric design crown, it can also produce crown with similar strength to that of the professional technician with even less time consumed. So it might mean that in one clinical visit, we can design the crown, mill it, and cement it to prevent any inter-appointment accident that may pose a threat to the survival of the tooth. So further, the second part of a study about the fracture mode analysis, we divided into two parts, the fracture of the crown and also fracture of the tooth of the substrate. So regarding the crown, we have classified into two, the fracture, chipping and cracks, and also the bulk fractures. So the result is shown here. And we also cannot find any significant difference among three groups. And then for the fracture of the tooth substrate, there is we can see either there is no damage on the substrate, damage above the presumed CEG of the substrate, and damage below the presumed CEG of the substrate. The first two is classified as the favorable mode of fracture because it can be repaired easier compared to the third group. So the failure mode distribution of the substrate is shown in this bar chart. So after pairwise comparison, we actually can see some difference in between the biogeneric design group and also the technician design with CAD, and also biogeneric design with embedded design with CAD/CAM technology. So it may mean that the BI design group crown have a more favorable mode of fractures, which means the fracture above CEG or no damage. Certainly, there is also some limitation in our study. Which the first one will be that because we use acrylic resin substrate instead of dental tissue, there is a difference in the elastic module, which may account for the catastrophic damage or failure of the tooth substrate. As 3D printed material has a much lower elastic module than the real dentine, so it might have some difference. And secondly, there is no stimulation of the human churn cycle artificial aging process due to lack of time, and also we are not using the real tooth tissue. However, some literature show that the maximum masticatory force in the posterior region is around 900, the maximum 900 Newton, which is far below the maximum the fracture resistance of the crown that we test in the low tooth fracture test. So, and also other aspect that contribute to a good crown, like aesthetic performance, wearing on opposing teeth, also patient treatment and satisfaction, is not included in this study. So we might need to do further study on it. So in conclusion, within the limitation of the study, you can see that the AI design crown is similar with, has a similar strength with amateur design with CAD/CAM, and also that with the dental technician design. However, AI design crown may have a more favorable fracture mode. And so here is the list of reference, and we would like to thank the ULP community for providing such a chance, and also Dr. James Chai for his supervision, and also his PhD candidate for her contribution. And thank you.
Great, well done. Congratulations to you and your team. Why would you expect there to be a difference between different designs when the strength of a material comes from the strength of the material?
Because we might think that the morphology of the two may have some difference in resisting some of the cooling force, so that the morphology may have some influence on the way that the two will withstand the chilling force. So we think there might be some difference.
Okay. And then, is it right? Did you do it cyclic loading or a load to failure?
Load to failure.
Okay. I'm not sure load to failure will give you meaningful results with regards to the fracture generation within the substrate, because it's an artificial construct. So you just have to be careful about how you interpret that. But no, very interesting, and good you got the practice on making the crowns. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I ask a question? Since you almost finished this study, so you may send for publication. So may I know the background of the study? Is any other team also do the similar study? And can you compare your result to the other team's study?
There is some research paper showing that evaluating the morphology and also the aesthetic of the AI design plan, also done by the dental technicians.
So what's the result? Similar.
So yeah, similar, and also some if there is before really conclusive result on this paper. Some say it is better, some say it is not has no difference.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Great, lovely. So thank you, everyone, for attending. That's the end of the this session. So congratulations to all the presenters, and thank you for attending. That's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done. Gumin, can I quickly call you?
Yes.
Are you in your office?
No, I'm not in office. I'm because I will go AID. So now I'm at home. So I will
okay.
go.
Do you want to call me in my office? Would you mind calling me?
Yeah. What's your number?
412.
412. Okay,
Great.
I will call you.
Great, lovely. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Excuse me, speakers. You can check your screen share, please. लाइव जा रही है चेंज कर दूँ नहीं 1 मिनट में करेंगे इसको मनहर को मैसेज डाल यू कैन चेक योर स्क्रीन अपना म्यूट कर दो
Hello, Dr. Wong.
Hello, Dr. Choi.
Right. So, who is the chair? I know I'm one of the chair. Is there any other co-chair for this section?
I do not know. I'm the judge.
Oh, okay. I'm also the judge as well. So, any participants are also the co-chair, or I'm the only chair for today? So maybe because it's already 2 o'clock, okay, so can I start this section? So I'm Dr. James Choi from the University of Hong Kong. So I'm the chair for this section. And today we have 5, okay, not 4, right? So in the abstract book, we have 4, but we have one more presentation. We have one more presentation after 3 o'clock, right? So so total we have 5, okay? So now may I invite Deepo Amera for the presentation. Can you share the screen? Dr. Deepo, are you here? So other presenters, Amelia, you are here, right?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, okay, I can see you. So I just
Should we wait for 1 to 2 minutes for the
yeah, we
Dr.
should wait. We should wait. We should wait. Okay. So maybe how about Eileen? Are you here?
Yes, I am.
Okay, good. And Zhang Xiaohan, you are here, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, everyone are here. Only Dr. Deepo is not here, right? So maybe we wait for 2 minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, hello, Dr. Deepo, are you here?
Hello?
Hello, yes.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Deepal. I'm sorry there was some technical issue. Hello?
No problem.
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm Dr. Deepal. I'm sorry there was some technical issue. Hello?
Yeah, some feedback.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah. So, good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, maybe you need to shut down the, the speaker for your another computer. Okay. Shut down the, the speaker for your another computer. I think you have the live streaming in your another browser, right? So you just shut down the live streaming. That's all.
Deepal ma'am, if you have logged in from the same laptop on both the platforms, please log out from the virtual platform where you were chatting with me. I have just sent you the link. So please only use the Zoom platform right now. If you use both, then we will get a feedback from you.
So now is
Yeah, now this is fine.
okay.
You're welcome. Yeah, you are live. You can start the session, sir.
Okay. So, can I start?
Yes, you may start.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Oral Health Research session. Today we have 4 presentations and each will get 15 minutes. That is 10 minutes for presenting and 5 minutes for question and answers. Looking forward to have a fruitful session today. So without wasting further time, we shall begin with my presentation first. And the topic of my research is evaluation of craniofacial asymmetry in class 3 subjects using different methodologies, which was conducted under the supervision of Dr. Komen, Dr. Mike Leong, and Professor Campbell. To start with, first we need to know what is facial asymmetry. In relation to face, asymmetry can be considered as a lack of correspondence in size, shape, and arrangement of the facial features on both the sides of the midsagittal plane. Facial asymmetry prevalence has been reported to be 34% in North Carolina, United States, 26% double jaw asymmetry in Hong Kong, and 42% in Korea, especially associated with class 3 malocclusion. Since the discrepancy in the facial architecture not only affects normal oral functions and facial aesthetics, but also impacts the person psychosocially, therefore, majority of the patients seek orthognathic treatments. However, effectual management of such cases highly gambles on proper diagnosis and virtuous prediction for aesthetic outcomes, which yet again stems on the preciseness of internal symmetry plane or midsagittal plane to which the measurements are made. Previous studies have quantified asymmetry based on landmark-based MSP, which includes linear, angular, and surface measurements of several landmarks from the plane of symmetry by calculating asymmetry index, also by calculating asymmetry scores using clinically derived midline. Also, morphometric methods are used in which the arithmetically derived midsagittal planes are used. And the most commonly used morphometric analysis is generalized procrustes analysis. Despite many research on facial deformity, there are still some gaps that needs to be addressed and filled. and this study was planned to bridge following gaps. On searching the database comprehensively, we found that the literature based on heart tissue is rare. There's absence of normal reference group, which prevents an unprejudiced evaluation of whether the outcome was ideal. Also, there was a lack of three-dimensional analysis of asymmetry. And lastly, the methods used in the previous studies were associated with flaws, which resulted in unreliable and falsified presentation of two asymmetric features. Therefore, the aim of the present study is to arise with a technique which provides faultless and reliable assessment of craniofacial asymmetry. The primary objective is to ascertain the site and severity of initial asymmetry before surgery, to evaluate the post-surgical outcome measures of the asymmetry group, and to determine the site and severity of any residual asymmetry following surgery. This retrospective study was commenced after the IRB approval and included subjects with facial asymmetry who had undergone surgical treatment, which were compared against the Excuse me, hello? Skip. I think there is again an issue. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm back on. I'm sorry for the interruption. So we used facial asymmetry patients who had undergone orthognathic surgery and matched controls. And we quantified the asymmetry using asymmetry index, asymmetry scores using clinically derived midline, asymmetry scores using generalized procrustes, and asymmetry scores using modified procrustes. And the outcomes were statistically tested using independent t-test and paired t-test. Minimum sample size of 32 were selected. We selected 42 CBCTs in total, and there were asymmetry group and control group. These were divided based on the chin deviation, wherein the asymmetry had more than 3 mm of chin deviation, while controls had chin deviation less than 3 mm. We collected the CBCTs for asymmetry group in 2 time points. One is before surgery, and the second one is at least 6 months after surgery. 7 midline and 20 bilateral bilateral landmarks were used and sorted into 9 regions, which were total facial skeleton, total maxilla, total mandible, maxilla midline, maxilla bilateral, mandible midline, mandible bilateral, chin, and ramus. 3D landmark coordinates were used to assess the facial asymmetry using 4 methods. Asymmetry index was used. Asymmetry score was calculated using clinically derived midline. Asymmetry score was calculated based on generalized procrustes and based on modified procrustes. They all had a common procedure of calculating a centroid, of scaling the images to a common size, and then generating a reflected configuration. However, the reflection of the configuration was done in different ways in all the 3 methods. For clinically derived midline, the reflection was done around the landmark-based mid-sagittal plane. For generalized procrustes, we used arbitrary plane, while for modified procrustes, stable landmarks were used. Comparing the asymmetry values of pre-surgery, post-surgery, and control groups using different methods exhibited that clinically derived midline and modified procrustes detected asymmetry comprehensively, especially at the lower jaw region. However, generalized procrustes failed to detect asymmetry at this region, which is a chief point of concern for all the patients with facial asymmetry. Also, asymmetry index, clinically derived midline, and modified procrustes were successful in appreciating post-surgical improvements, while GP indicated surgery to intensify asymmetry. Also, the pre-surgery scores for generalized procrustes were lower compared to other 3 methods. On comparing asymmetry values of even though our study showed that AI, that is asymmetry index, and clinically derived midline methods successfully assessed asymmetry, however, the results may not depict the true picture of asymmetry, as these methods are based on landmark-dependent symmetry plane, thus sensitive to landmarking errors. Besides, your deviation of the symmetry plane goes undetected in the clinically derived method. Also, generalized procrustes may not provide the true clinical representation of asymmetry, as it masks asymmetry due to Pinocchio effect, and the reorientation pattern that it abides by leads to lower asymmetry scores. Whereas with our modified procrustes method, we were able to curtail the above effects by incorporating stable landmarks in the procedure. Hence, we can conclude that modified procrustes methodology is a good method for the quantification of asymmetry, and it has a potential application for assessment of the asymmetry in wide spectrum of patients, including the syndromic patients, given that the symmetrical arbitrary landmarks can be located. This research contributes towards modification in the current surgical approaches for accomplishment of the desired post-surgical aesthetic outcomes. Thank you for the time and patience. I know there was a lot of problem in my presentation, some technical issues. I'm sorry for that. Now I welcome the questions and comments.
All right, so any question from the floor? Maybe Deepo, you can stop sharing.
Okay.
So any question from the floor? So if no, then may I take the my chair post. So I thank you so much. So may I now invite another speaker? Amelia.
My turn, Armelius.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead. Thanks.
I will share the screen.
Very good.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Can I start?
Sure.
Thank you, Dr. James. Okay, good afternoon to all dentist colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity for me to share my study today entitled Lactobacillus reuteri probiotic consumption reduce the inflammatory responses in orthodontics patients. I'm Armelia from the Department of Microbiology, Trisakti University, Jakarta, Indonesia. So the fixed orthodontics appliances are the most commonly used application for orthodontics therapy recently, and is expected to make our smile better and brighter. So although successful outcomes are achieved by orthodontic therapy, orthodontic appliances can affect subgingival microbial composition, and inflammatory reaction can develop in the gingival tissue of patient, particularly in early periods of that orthodontic therapy. And malocclusion is considered as the third most common oral problem following dental caries and periodontal diseases. Most malocclusion are treated by fixed orthodontic appliances as the second phase, and as they are termed fixed appliances, they are fitted permanently to the teeth, creating plaque retentive areas around the bracket. This increases the chance of plaque accumulation and bacterial colonization. Furthermore, the tooth movement produced by orthodontic braces can also lead to periodontal ligament inflammation, which triggers inflammation and release of protein called cytokine, such as interleukin-6, interleukin-8, as well as tumor necrosis factor alpha and matrix metalloprotease 9, and we call next with MMP9. So TNF-alpha is the first pro-inflammatory cytokine released in the response of tissue injury, upregulated after orthodontic treatment, and MMP9 is the indicator of wound healing progress involved in granulation tissue remodeling. And for interleukin-6, multifunction cytokine, which plays an important role in acute and chronic inflammation as well as bone resorption. And furthermore, interleukin-8 is a major mediator of inflammatory and a potent angiogenic factor, a similar role with interleukin-6, but has a longer life. And probiotic is a good bacteria, including Lactobacillus reuteri, have been shown to confer various health benefits, including improving oral health. According to the World Health Organization, the bacteria as a living microorganism, which when consumed in adequate amounts, confer health benefit on the host. And probiotic, known to inhibit the activity of pathogenic bacteria and their surface adhesion, decreases biofilm formation and biofilm viability, improves biofilm quality, and ultimately leads to inhibition of biofilm formation. And Lactobacillus reuteri as probiotic can be used as antibacterial and anti-inflammatory from the previous study. And treatment in 2009 proved that chewing gum for 1 to 2 weeks can reduce the level of inflammatory mediators. Lactobacillus reuteri is obligate heterofermentative bacteria. As we know, Lactobacillus reuteri as lactic acid bacteria, they produce a lot of lactic acid, and it's not beneficial for the oral health. But Lactobacillus reuteri is heterofermentative, so it only produces the lactic acid half of the other compared to the other lactic acid bacteria. And L-reuteri also found naturally in the human digestive tract, and we can find it commercially now in chewing gum or lozenges. And this bacteria can produce reuteri or 3-HPA. This is a substance that prove that have an antibacterial effect, and also a broad antibacterial effect in wide range of pH value and resistant to the proteolytic and also lipolytic enzyme. So the objective of this study is to analyze the effect of 2 weeks of probiotic consumption on the inflammatory response via analysis of interleukin-6, interleukin-8, MMP9, TNF-alpha concentration in individuals with fixed orthodontic appliances. So the study design is open label control trial and also laboratory experimental to determine the effect of consumption of probiotic L-reuteri on GCF of subject with fixed orthodontic appliances. So we have 20 subjects in the study. They have to use the orthodontic appliances at least for 12 months, male and female subject, and we use the young adults, 18 to 25 years old. And we exclude the subject with systemic disease or for those who consume an antibiotic or using another mouthwash or consume another probiotic for at least 3 months. So the subject will consume the probiotic for 2 weeks. So they will consume once daily for 14 days. And then after the treatment, we will collect the sample, the GCF sample, and then we will extract the protein from the GCF sample, and then we analyze with ELISA to further evaluation of the inflammatory response. And for the data analysis, we're gonna do the normality test with Saphir-Willis test, and then we continue with the pair T test to compare the pre and post treatment. And for the result here, as we can see, as probiotic, known as anti-inflammatory properties. So this result shows that there are decrease of interleukin-6 concentration post-consumption of L-reuteri lozenges. And the results show also the concentration reduced significantly compared to the pre-treatment. The next one is interleukin-8. It's also showed the concentration is decreased post-treatment. This result shows that probiotic have the anti-inflammatory properties, which enable them to modulate the inflammation to the periodontal disease. And also we can see from MMP9, there are decrease of MMP9 concentration in all subjects after the treatment, and also significant. Same result we can see with DTNF-alpha. The concentration was decreased post-consumption significantly. This result indicates that L-reuteri is effective in improving the healing process in periodontal diseases. So in the discussion, L-reuteri inhibits the growth of periodontal pathogenic bacteria through competitive exclusion, production of the antimicrobial substance, and immunomodulation. L-reuteri competitively adheres to a binding site that has the same target as the pathogen, causing the pathogens unable to attach, resulting no further infection. L-reuteri can produce antimicrobial substance, as mentioned before, organic acid, ethanol, and reutherine, which inhibit the pathogenic bacteria and balance the oral microecology. So maybe we all agree that decrease the pathogen, so it means decrease the inflammation. So probiotic bacteria modulate the host defense system by modulating the function of the immune system, and lactobacillus have immunomodulatory potential to reduce expression of pro-inflammatory cytokine genes, thus decreasing the concentration of pro-inflammatory cytokine, including interleukin-6 and 8. L-reuteri is effective in healing process patients with periodontal disease, lower the TNF-alpha and MMP9 concentration. The TNF-alpha level is usually high after orthodontic treatment, with the level falling over time as the healing process. Lower concentration of MMP9 commonly associated with the rapid healing of the lesion. So accordance with the previous study with Kong study in 2011 investigated the effect of L-reuteri on periodontopathic bacteria, and one of the bacteria is PG. And Fisher in 2010 stated that probiotics belonging to Lactobacillus canis have the ability to reduce expression of gene to make up the coding of pro-inflammatory cytokine. Han in 2020 stated that L-reuteri can neutralize the LPS produced by the PG nucleus, maintaining the homeostasis of the cell, which in turn accelerates the wound healing. So in conclusion, Lactobacillus reuteri probiotic has been shown to reduce the level of inflammatory factors such as TNF-alpha, MMP9, pro-inflammatory cytokine, interleukin-6, interleukin-8, and Lactobacillus reuteri probiotic might improve the healing and prevent the periodontal disease in patients using fixed orthodontic appliances. So these are references that we use here. Thank you.
So thank you, Amelia. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih kembali.
Yeah. So any questions from the floor? So this study is it sponsored by BioGaia?
Actually, we use BioGaia. We collaborate, but we not literally sponsored. But we communicate with them because we need the samples product. And actually, it's a bit difficult for us to get the placebo because they have to send it from Sweden.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, and because this is pandemic, so it's very difficult. First, our design is clinical trial, but because we cannot get the placebo from the Sweden, so we need to a little bit change the design because become the upper level control trial. So we're gonna do the next one. We're gonna do now. We in period of washout. Because we're gonna do the same subject without treatment, because we have to have the control group, right? So we're gonna the next one, the same group without treatment to see the effect what happened after 2 weeks. Maybe just rinse with water.
I see. Right. Yes. Understandable. Yes. Because they also told me this the same stuff is about the control group and also the placebo, right? So water and placebo is a little different. So yeah, so that's why I asked you this, right?
Yes. Thank you. Yeah, because pandemic situation is all difficult. Even when we collect the sample, all the subject, we need to do the swab test to make sure there are no positive subject when they come to the hospital to collect the sample. It's a bit challenging to do the clinical trial in the pandemic situation.
Yeah, at this situation, yes, definitely.
Yes.
Right. Right. So any other question from the floor? So if no, then thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you, Dr. James.
Right. And so should I pass my chair role to Deepo, or I can still continue? And Eileen, are you here? Right, you can share the screen. Yes.
Dr. Ali.
Yes. I can't hear you. Yes, are you here? Yes.
Good afternoon.
Yes. Okay, good. Go ahead. Thanks.
Good afternoon. I am Eileen Carlos from the National University Philippines and currently an orthodontic resident at the University of the Philippines, Manila. Together with my co-authors, Cristina Laureta from the College of Dentistry, University of the Philippines, Manila, and Percival Almoro from the National Institute of Physics, University of the Philippines, Diliman, we would like to present to you our paper on enhanced detection of orthodontic attachment remnants using UV absorption imaging. We have no conflicts of or commercial interest to disclose. So resin dental composites are used to fabricate bite ramps or button or bracket-shaped orthodontic attachments to permit tooth movement. These dental auxiliaries would then have to be removed after treatment. So during cleanup procedures, every now and then, I would take a picture with my intraoral camera to check whether it is still resin that I am drilling or whether I'm already close to tooth structure. So this method, however tedious, allows me to better differentiate the resin remnant from the actual tooth surface and prevent iatrogenic damage. Complete removal of these composite attachments should be done because complications may arise, such as increase in retention due to the surface roughness, gingival irritation and inflammation, discoloration of the remnant, and iatrogenic damage to the enamel. During resin removal, traditional method for detecting resin adhesives would be visual inspection under operatory light and tactile method with the use of the Explorer instrument. This would involve contact of the instrument with the tooth. Other methods that help to distinguish the resin from the tooth structure are the following. One is with the use of dental loops. This will give us a magnified view of the region of interest. However, it is still difficult to differentiate the resin remnant from the tooth structure due to low contrast. Another is with the use of application of disclosing solution, which offers contrast by colorizing the plaque present. However, it does not discolor the resin itself. And another method would be the use of fluorescence imaging, which will greatly enhance the detection of the resin remnant with the use of chemically tagged resin, but reduced room light is needed to maximize the limited contrast of the white glow against the white enamel background. So in our study, we use alternative method, which is UV imaging. In the next few slides, we will review related principles and works on UV imaging. The visible light, if we talk about it in terms of wavelength, is in the range of 400 to 780 nanometers. Beyond that range, it is infrared. Below that range is the ultraviolet light. Incident light on an object can either be reflected, transmitted, or absorbed. Absorption of light describes how much incident light energy is transformed into thermal energy instead of being reflected or transmitted. So a material that has energy levels that would match the frequency of an incident UV light converts the light energy into heat. Once it is dissipated, there will no longer be reflected or transmitted light. In UV absorption imaging, the material that absorbs UV light will appear dark against a bright non-absorbing background. So image A is a stamp viewed under white light using an ordinary camera, and image B is the same stamp viewed under UV light using a UV-sensitive camera. Portions of a scene that absorb UV light appear dark against a bright non-absorbing background. UV imaging has long been used in other fields like in forensics. It is an advantageous alternative because it can document injuries to the skin that are not visible to the naked eye. UV imaging can sometimes be utilized to capture details of bite marks in skin long after the injuries appear to have healed under visible light. And in the field of dermatology, light absorption by melanin is greater in the UV spectrum than in the visible light spectrum. Therefore, images captured under UV illumination are uniquely suited to detect subtle alteration in skin pigment content. There is better visualization of subsurface skin pigmentations, and skin diseases and its margins can be more readily visualized with the use of UV imaging. In dentistry, in a study made by De Angelis, he was able to demonstrate dental materials interact differently with UV light, making identification feasible. While porcelain and ceramic teeth may appear white under UV light, acrylic resin and composite materials appear black under UV. Here we can see for intraoral restoration, composite resin appeared black against the white-colored tooth surface. For efficient removal of composite attachments, dentists need to differentiate the resin from the enamel clearly and accurately. There's no method at present that uses UV absorption imaging as a tool to enhance detection of composite remnants. Objectives of our study are demonstrate UV absorption imaging and removal of orthodontic attachment remnants. We will be showing you our setup in comparing white light versus the UV image. Another objective is to investigate and optimize the effects of different camera settings and to demonstrate effects of the type of material and thickness on image gray level by using image processing. For the limitation of the technique, this spectral sensitivity is limited to the UVA region only, and quantitative analysis is done by post-processing the images. For the scope of the study, gray level analysis was confined to 0.1 millimeter to 1.0 millimeter thickness of the composite resin. This was our setup for UV imaging. A specimen is illuminated with a UV flashlight and photographed with a modified camera by removing the UV-IR cut filter attached to the sensor and placing a UV pass filter before the imaging lens to block visible light, allowing only UV light of 300 to 400 nanometers to pass through. An important aspect of our technique is the relationship of the special characteristics of the camera sensor, the UV pass filter, and the light source. The removal of the UV pass filter the removal of the UV-IR cut filter allows the camera sensor to be sensitive to the light spectrum, ranging from 300 to 1100. A UV pass filter will be attached to allow UV light ranging from 300 to 400 nanometers, with a central wavelength of 350 and a little bit of infrared. As for the UV illumination light source, a portable light-emitting diode flashlight with a central wavelength of 397 nanometers with a line width of 20 nanometers will be used. These spectral characteristics of the sensor, the pass filter, and the UV light source enable our system to generate images demonstrating UV absorption profile of the composite materials. For the specimen preparation, to compare thickness of the material to gray level shade, composite discs were made from different shades and different thicknesses by pressing the resin material with a glass lamp until the required thickness is reached by using interproximal gauges as guides while pressing before light curing it. Thicknesses of the composite disc were verified with a digital caliper. Also, composite resin attachments were placed on bovine teeth using mini molds for our practical setup. Cameras were arranged to simultaneously view and document the composite attachment removal under the dental chair operatory light and under mobile UV flashlight. The camera with the UV pass filter was connected to a TV monitor for live or direct visual assessment of the removal procedure. As for the results, picture A shows us an image of the composite attachment under white light, while picture B is the image using the modified camera under UV light. Excess resin around the orthodontic attachment can be noted. Captured UV images show better contrast than white light images. Next, the effects of the camera settings were studied by varying the shutter speed, aperture size, and ISO. Here, our aim is to determine an optimum combination of camera settings to be used in our investigations. We observed that the combination of 5-second shutter speed, aperture size of 5.6, and ISO 100 is optimum in terms of brightness and contrast, and reduced noise. Optimized camera settings result in bright and high contrast images. To demonstrate relationship of thickness to gray level, composite discs with different thicknesses from 0.1 millimeter to 1.0 millimeter were made from shades A1, A3, and A3.5. And then clinical photographs of the center of the disc were taken and processed with the ImageJ software. As can be seen from this normalized graph, comparing the gray level versus the thickness of composite, so from left to right, the composite disc becomes thicker, by 0.1 millimeter. The shorter the graph, the darker it appears. Normalization was done based on the highest gray level across shade. We can see that the lightest shade, A1, represented by the yellow graph, did not darken significantly as it became thicker, while the composite shade, A3.5, the blue graphs, abruptly darkened. Composite A3, on the other hand, the red-colored bars, exhibited a more linear relationship between gray level and thickness. As the composite disk becomes thicker, the gray level also darkens correspondingly up to a certain thickness, and after that, there is no longer a perceptible change in the gray level. So we observed three types of composite material: weakly, linearly, and strongly absorbing resin in the 0.1 millimeter to 1.0 millimeter thickness range. As for the clinical applications, picture A shows us a similar setup with an endoscope and a standalone monitor for UV absorbing images. Picture B is a captured image during cleanup procedure, and the close-up image is afforded by the handheld endoscope implementation of the UV imaging system. So in conclusion, UV imaging technique for enhanced detection of orthodontic attachments during its removal is demonstrated. Our technique offers a convenient visual guide for the clinician, facilitating ease in the remnant removal and helps in avoiding iatrogenic damage to the enamel. Here are my references. And on behalf of my mentors, Dr. Cristina Laureta and Dr. Percival Almoro, maraming salamat po and have a great day to everyone.
So thank you, Eileen. Right, any question from the floor?
I would like to ask a question. Aline?
Yes.
As you showed in the picture, there are 3 cameras and 1 mobile setup, right?
Only 2 cameras.
2 cameras and 1 mobile flashlight.
Yes, 1 mobile flashlight.
Yeah. So is it easy to take all the 3 cameras, I mean, in the clinical setup and then do this photography to check the composite?
With the last picture that I showed, we were able to use a handheld endoscopic camera, and it was very easy to manage it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
So if no other questions, then we just move on. Okay, our time is limited. Right. So may I invite Dr. Zhang Xiaohan?
Yeah.
Thank
Can you
you.
hear me clearly?
Very good.
Yes, let me share the screen.
Yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
Can I begin?
Yep.
Okay, let's begin. Dear professors and colleagues, good afternoon. I'm Xiaohan Zhang from Peking University, Beijing, China. It's my great honor to have this opportunity to share my work here. The topic of my presentation is functional, physical, and psychosocial impact of degenerative temporal mandibular disease. Oh, I'm sorry. Can I stop? Okay, let's begin. Next, I will report on the following aspects. First is the background. The temporal mandibular disorders are known to impair the quality of life. We mean oral health-related quality of life. and the oral health impact profile for TMDs is a measuring tool specially developed for TMD patients. Next, the degenerative temporomandibular joint disease is a kind of TMD with bone changes. How does it affect the quality of life? After reviewing the literatures, we found that the impact of DGD on oral health-related quality of life is scarce and not examined in depth. And according to the presence and absence of joint pain, DGD can be divided into osteoarthritis and osteoarthritis. And according to the bone changes, it can also be divided into early and late DGD. Hence, the objectives of this study were to examine the functional, physical, and psychosocial impacts of degenerative joint disease and the bearing of the TMD osteoarthritis, and early late DGD on oral health-related quality of life were also compared. Next comes to the methods. All study groups are all adult patients, and the inclusion criteria also include the reporting of TMD symptoms and the DC-TMD defined interarticular disorders. And then the CBCT examination was performed to confirm the presence or absence of DGD. And this is the normal joint, and the degenerative joints can be divided into 6 types. And type 1 and 2 are erosion changes, and type 3 is deviation in form, type 4 is sclerosis, and type 5 is osteofault, and type 6 is cyst-like lesion. And type 1 and 2 are considered as early changes, and type 3 to 6 are considered as late changes. Then our study group were divided into 4 groups, namely NN, NA, TO, and TR, according to the joint pain and the DGD changes. And the NN means no DGD and no pain. NA means no DGD with joint pain. TR means DGD and no pain. TR means DGD with joint pain. And then the TO-TR be further divided into ER, EO, LORR, according to the early and late changes. And the OHIP-TMD was used to evaluate the oral health-related quality of life. It contains 7 domains. We got the global and area domain scores, and the hair scores means the worst quality of life. After statistical analysis, we got the results, and there were 400 participants, and the mean age is 32.05 years old, and the women is 86.8%. And the table 1 shows the distribution of the study sample by TMD diagnosis. And the table 2 shows the median global and domain OHIP-TMD scores for the various TMD groups. Let us focus on the global OHIP line. From the results, we can see there are significant differences between tRNA and TONN, but there are no significant difference between NNTO as well as NATR. And the similar traits was seen for the 7 domain. Now, let us focus on the psychological discomfort domain. In this domain, we can see this is the highest score of the groups, which means the psychological discomfort domain was the most impaired for all TMD groups. From table 2, we can see that the painful conditions reported significantly worse oral health-related quality of life than the non-painful ones, but the presence or absence of DGD had little effect on it. So, what about the severity of DGD on oral health-related quality of life? Let us look at the table 3. the median global and Dorman OHIP scores for the various DGD subgroups. Also, let us see the second line. From the result, we can have the similar results with the table 2. And there are significant difference between ERLR and EOLO, and no significant difference between ER and LR, as well as EO and LO. And the similar traits was seen for the most domain, but for the functional limitation domain. And from this line, we can see the LO has the lowest score than the other 3 groups. The reason may be the individuals with LO has the individuals with the LO groups had adapted to the changes to the joint and learned to cope during the joint functioning, so it has the lowest score. And likewise, the psychological discomfort domain was the most impaired for the all DGD groups. Let us see the detailed comparisons between the DGD groups. In the LR-LO column, we can see the significant difference for all the domains, but only for the physical pain, physical disability, and the handicap in the group between ER and EO. So the DGD should be identified at its early stage and managed before all aspects of OHIP were broken. And from table 3 and 4, we can see that the painful DGD also had a significant impact on the oral health related quality of life, but the DGD itself had little effect on it. And the psychological discomfort domain was the most impaired for all DGD groups. Last, we can conclude that the presence of pain appeared to impair the oral health related quality of life more than the severity of DGD. As the psychological domains were most impacted, psychosocial care ought to be incorporated in the management of patients with painful DGD. Oh, that's all for my report. Thank you for your attention.
Right, thank you, Dr. Chang.
Thank you.
And any question from the floor? So from your study, you are mentioning the pain is more, in terms of the index, the quality of life would impair more than the degenerative disease. That means the physiological condition, right?
Yeah.
So normally, if you see the patient, I'm not a dentist. So normally, if you see a patient with the DJD, so you are treating the pain, right? Or you are treating the condition.
Yes. Yes.
And so if they have no pain, that means you complete your treatment, right? Or not?
In clinical, if the patient doesn't have some symptoms like pain and opening limitation, we don't to have some treatment. Just
okay.
like to
right.
Just
so
like this.
Can we say that the quality of life questionnaire is more focused on the pain aspect rather than the medical conditions of the patients? Do you agree?
Yes, you're right.
All right. Thank you. So any other questions?
Thank you.
If not, then we move on. Okay, we have one more.
I have one question.
All right.
One is, did you record the intensity of the pain? And if yes, how were the response categorized?
Again, please.
Sorry. Did you record the intensity of pain? If yes, how were the response categorized?
I'm afraid we don't, just as the absence and presence of pain.
Okay, so it was just yes or no. And were subjective responses to pressure sensation or palpation also recorded?
Pardon?
Were subjective responses to pressure sensation or palpation was also recorded?
Maybe not. We don't focus on this.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for question.
All right, so we so thank you, Dr. Zhang, and we have the last presentation for today is Manha, right, from Dr. Manha.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yes. Greetings, doctor. Hello.
Right. So can you share your screen now?
I'm doing that. Yes. Okay. I hope I'm audible and the screen is visible.
Yep.
Okay. Good afternoon to the chairpersons of this scientific session, and I thank IADR for giving me this opportunity and accommodating me in this session, because I'm well aware that there are 4 presentations. So without further ado, the title of my presentation is The Perceptions and Challenges of a First-Year Dental Student. It's a cross-sectional study. I am Dr. Manhar Kaur. I'm an intern in the Adesh Institute of Dental Sciences and Research, Bathinda, Punjab, India. Now, I would like to start by saying that making of a dentist is no easy task. We all know this. Dental teachers and students are unanimously of the opinion that dentistry learning and teaching both are demanding activities. Students who opt for dentistry are unaware of the labor that goes into it. Now, the aims and objectives as to why I did this study, it was an observation that I wanted to gauge the perception and awareness of the dental students regarding dentistry as a subject and the laborious nature of the profession, if they knew or they didn't. Now, the materials and methods that I used, it was an e-questionnaire that was distributed among the second-year dental students from various colleges of India. There were a total of 31 questions, out of which 29 were objective, and the others were 29 were objective and close-ended. 2 were subjective, that asked suggestions from the students on teaching methodology and what they felt could be worked upon. Only the students who gave their consent were able to fill this survey, and only the completed forms were included in the survey. Inferential statistics were used, and data was tabulated after analyzing using the statistical package of social sciences. Analysis was performed with the test to find out the relativity and association between the variables. P-value was considered to be statistically P-value was considered to be statistically significant if it was less than 0.05 and highly significant if it was less than 0.001. I'm sorry, there's some technical issue. Just give me a minute. Okay, so sorry for the delay. We'll check the results now. The questionnaire was distributed amongst 1,200 second-year BDS students across India, and a total of 932 responses were received, out of which 615 were females and 317 were males. Now, specifically, why second-year students were chosen? Because they were mature enough to understand what went wrong in their first year, and that is why the second-year students only were chosen for this research and the study. Now, the initial and the descriptive analysis showed us that 53.7% of the students enrolled who answered the questionnaire were not aware of the dental-related subjects. 7.1 knew about the dental material as a subject of dentistry, and only 25.2% had prior knowledge about oral anatomy and histology being a part of dentistry. 71.7% students felt that their self-confidence was affected when they couldn't perform well in their practical work and they couldn't meet their deadlines. 75.8% students felt prosthodontics was the most laborious, and 50.9% students felt that tooth carving was the most artistic of all the subjects that were there in the first year. Now, if we look at the results after the statistical analysis, out of the few dental subjects that were introduced in the first year, preclinical prosthodontics was found the most laborious, and a gender-wise significant difference was noted amongst females and males. A significant difference was observed regarding few batchmates performing better than others without prior knowledge of the subject, and this subsequently affected gender-wise on their self-confidence and choice of opting dentistry as a course. 419 females and 152 male responses had a positive response regarding to their expectation of anatomy, physiology, and biochemistry being a subject in the first year, and their awareness regarding studying human anatomy in dentistry. It was observed that physiology and biochemistry were the most convenient to grasp, which was statistically significant, whereas anatomy was a bit tiresome because physiology and biochemistry had been a part of their pre-medical course. Around 67.3% students were outsiders to the place they were studying in, and about 61.6% resided in hostels. Significant difference was observed gender-wise regarding the settlement in the new environment. Hesitation to interact was observed in 42.7% of the students, whereas those who interacted felt psychologically better, and the gender-wise difference was found to be significant. Majority of females and around 64.404% males attended the orientation program that was conducted by the Institute at the start of the session, and the difference was found to be statistically significant. Only 17.1% students had a dentist in the immediate family, and this significantly influences opting dentistry as a choice of career for majority of the students. Opting dentistry as a career choice in the present study showed us that this decision was highly influenced by a dentist in the immediate family or a relative while they were growing up, and family was aware about dentistry. I'm sorry, there's just, I cannot go ahead. Yeah. A similar study was conducted on orthodontic postgraduate students. It showed that 51.1% students out of the sample population was inspired by an orthodontist. Dentistry, being a laborious and a demanding job, makes the students physically and mentally exhausted. Preclinical prosthodontics is one such subject that drains the energy of the student completely, and it was found to be most laborious and demanding. The students went low on confidence levels when they could not perform their work up to the mark and finish their deadlines as per the current study. It drew a synonymous comparison from another study by Shetty et al. In 2012, where the students were low on confidence regarding their practical work in prosthetic dentistry. Out of the total sample of 932 respondents, there were 615 females and 317 male responses. A huge gap was seen in the gender-wise distribution and persuasion of this profession. Females generally tend to take up dentistry as a profession because they have a natural ability of fostering relationships and tend to handle things delicately in a sensitive way. Now, the limitations for this study would be that the sample size and representation was not up to the mark. The samples were only collected from a particular part of India and not pan-India. There were suggestions that were collected at the end of this questionnaire. So there were visual learning facilities, 3D models, smart classes, videos, picture-based learning, etc. Frequent student-teachers interaction motivate the students for better performance and boost their confidence. In conclusion, the study highlighted that the students are usually unaware about the course, the type of content, reading, learning, laborious nature of the practical work, etc. A student, when opts for dentistry, is usually a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery aspirant and has no clue about the aspects of medicine that dentistry will touch. Thank you so much for your patient hearing, and I would like to thank IADR again for accommodating me in this session. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Any question from the floor? So what's your study next?
I'm sorry,
What's
sir.
your future study, or what's your study next? Next step.
I didn't get the question, sir.
What's your future study on this? How to extend your study?
Future study. Okay, my future study regarding this, what will be in continuation with this? It is actually, yes, I have decided on it, and I am going to be doing a comparison study with an international college. I have sent a few emails to them that what will be the difference of the approach that the students have before entering the course of dentistry. How is it different in India than in other countries? A comparison study is my next target.
So would the I'm not sure, different countries, they have different authorities to different authorities to set the dental curriculum or the medicine curriculum, right? So would these requirements, or would these restriction, as you say, would hurdle the student of learning?
Well,
you think so? You think so?
Actually, if I would be very open, actually, because if this is a controversial topic. I know that people from different countries have a different curriculum, and if this was an observational study when I started it, I had observed in between my classmates that they were not aware of what they were going to cater in the future. I mean, what they were going to learn. Most of them were MBBS aspirants because they thought that we did not go for MBBS, let's just go for dentistry. But I, coming from a dentist background, I was a little aware about the subjects, but even I was not that aware that I mean, I don't know if this is making sense or not, but this was purely an observational based study, and there were some results that were a little relating to the fact that students were not aware of it, and there was a lack of seriousness between the student itself. So yes, different countries will have different curriculums, and all I can say is that we can learn from them, and they might have a different approach and might as well be better.
I see. Right. So any other question from the floor? If no, then thank you so much. May I say goodbye to everyone, and let me close this section. Okay. Okay. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Thank you.
Bye bye.